Boom, 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 boom. Bum, 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 bum. Is it time for another entertaining day of yapping about stupid bullshit? The answer to that question is yes. Well, entertaining is ultimately that's a subjective question. That's a subjective claim, of course. Hello, hello, hello. We're here. We're queer. We bring the fear. Okay, I'm not actually queer. Sorry. I just did it for the bit. It's for the bit. It's for the meme. You get it. You understand. I did it for the bit. I'm doing it for the bit. I'm doing it for the bit. I'm doing it for the meme. We're doing it for the meme. Lovely, fantastic, very good, very cool. Load video game. What's up, Durante? How's it going? New day, new scandals, eh? What scandals? Nothing ever changes? Well, I mean, that's why you vote on Nothing Ever Happens, bros. Because nothing ever happens. Nothing ever happens, bros. Stay winning. Never forget. Never forget the program. Nothing ever happens, bros. Stay winning, and they win very often. Excuse me, not a VTuber, okay? Get it right. I'm just a image on the internet, okay? Fuck you. Suck my balls. Yeah, that's right. Get it right, dumbass. No need to be racist. You haven't seen me as this yet before, have you? PNGs are still virtual. Okay, yes, that is true. In a technical sense, you are correct. But I ain't a VTuber. Well, technically speaking, but whatever. I don't have huge tits or pectorals. Don't have those. I don't have toggles. I just have a little animation. That's it. I'm just a little guy. You're hiding your face. Show me your face, pretty boy. Okay, you need to relax. Are you trying to flirt with me, dude? Not available. I'm joking. Yes. Yeah, okay, dude. I ain't nothing special, you know this. I'm just a dude. I'm just a chill guy. That's what I am. I'm just a chill guy. I don't remember how the rest of the meme goes, but yeah, that's just what I am. I'm a chill dude. I'm just a chill guy who does some trolling. You ever held hands romantically? Nope. I've never done that. When I said I was a turbo virgin, I meant it. I am a turbo virgin. I am as Volcel can get. That's a splitter, not a merger. Idiot. Do-do-do-doom-ba-doom. Ba-doom-ba-doom-boom-ba-doom. I have to rebuild all this because I have to rebuild all my vehicle paths because I think I did not do a good job in designing them. Or honestly, I'm just going to not use 2 lanes of traffic. We're just only going to use 1 lane. Also because the paths are very finicky sometimes. So who the heck is that little mouse guy? It's a little mouse guy. What the heck? But listen, this is how you know it's not over for me, bros. Because if Asmongold can, I don't know, get as all the Asmon roaches are constantly saying, it's like if Asmongold can get a quote unquote Asian baddie, so can you, folks. For like, by the way, those guys are like forgetting the fact that this is the second Asian girl that Asmongold apparently has quote unquote gotten. Yes, I was about to say, the clout is extremely powerful. All the, like, dumb fuck conservatives saying, like, listen, boys, you can do it as well. You know, because if Asmongold can do it, so can you. It's like, yeah, but he has a lot of fucking money, and he has clout. So, that's probably why he's done it. And I do find it very funny, because she's, you know, she's a decent-looking girl. She seems like, you know, normal. Is she that desperate for the clout? I don't really know. Like, I don't really know why she's deciding to go alongside with Asmongold. It's very strange. It's very peculiar. But, you know, more power to her, I guess. Good luck with that. I don't know. I hope the best for you there, bud. But Asmongold, that's certainly a questionable decision, I must say. Meanwhile, like, all the Asmongold people are just like, stop bullying him. Why are you bullying him for finally getting a girlfriend? It's like, dog, come on now. Yeah, there's like his bathroom's like unusable because of the poop stains. She found like a roach head in his fucking fridge. I think that was today. It's just like, come on, man. You can't function as a basic human being, dude. And I don't think, like, no amount of just one, like, Asian girl is going to be able to fix that, man. I think you just gotta let go, bros. It's over for him. Like, seriously. We're dealing with someone who is, like many other people, severely mentally ill. Because, like, let's keep it a buck. We're going to keep it a buck, okay? We're keeping it a $1.50. You have to be mentally ill to a certain extent to live like Asmongold. Like, you have to be. Sorry, like, unironically, you have to be. You have to be suffering under some, like, mental illness, like some kind of fucking depression or something, in order to live in such squalor. Like, listen, I'm probably depressed. And shit. If I was living in that amount of squalor, I would not be able to live with myself. I'm going to be honest here. And sometimes it gets dirty. You know, am I the best at cleaning? No. But I clean every fucking weekend. I dust, I clean, I do my laundry. You know, I do the basics. Obviously. I vacuum my apartment. Doesn't take that long. Like, max it takes like an hour. I don't live in a very big place, obviously. But, like, it's... Just like, dog, man, come on. You guys are fucking... It's bad. You're so fucking dead this late. It's 5 a.m. Then go to bed. What are you doing awake? Go to sleep. Go to sleep, you dork. What are you doing here? Like, listen, I've been, like, a bit of an insomniac, but not because of, like, not being able to sleep, but because I keep procrastinating too much, probably because I'm depressed. I keep streaming late. Waiting till morning so I can clean my room without waking up my neighbors. That's fair. That's fair. That's good. As one should. Don't be an asshole to your neighbors. You know, 10 Commandments. 7 Deadly Sins. Say some other random bullshit. Or something. I don't know. Seven Ways to Die. What's like that? There's like this one book series I read once as a kid. 713 Kingdom Hearts? What the? 7 Shards of Light? The 13 Pieces of Darkness versus the 7 Masters of Light? What the? Anywho. Ham-fisted meme aside. There was like this one book of like all these like insane survivors' tales, right? You know, like people surviving like shark attacks and like, you know, snake bites and shit like this. And it's like the harrowing stories. I don't remember what exactly the name of the book series was, but it was something to the tune of, yeah, dude, fucking, 7 deadly stories. Here's how they survived or some shit. I don't remember exactly. It had like that fucking like clickbait shit basically. Do. No, I didn't want to go inside the tube. Didn't want to go inside the tube. Didn't want to. Let me tell you, folks. Lovely. Lovely, 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 bubbly, bubbly, wobbly. Did I get rid of a bunch of extra stuff that I did not have to get rid of? It is kind of difficult for me to see down here. This should be the iron ingot input. Yes. Let's get shit down here. Thirteen, 17 reasons for as to why you're gonna get fucked in the butt. Here's you won't believe number 5. Oops, all sodomy. One, two, three, four, 5. Doot. Lovely. Yep. Big cocks. Yep. Cack. I do think the thing that probably annoys me the most about, like, all this, like, shenanigans with, like, I think her name is, like, Kaisi and whatnot, was, like, in response to someone, I think it was, some prominent trans girl on Twitter, saying, like, girl, you know that's a Nazi, right? And then what she ultimately decided to answer with really fucking irritated me. She decided to do, like, the dumb bimbo, like, play dumb fucking aesthetic. And it's just like, okay, I mean, like, why are we doing this? Now, here's the thing. Do I think that Asmongold is a Nazi? No, I don't think he's a Nazi. He's certainly a white nationalist. That is for certain. And the reason why I don't think he's a Nazi is because he doesn't do, like, anti-Semitic conspiracism. Like, not really. White nationalist, yes. Nazi, no. I will push back on the Asmongold is a Nazi accusations. Even though he has spoken fondly of Nick Fuentes as well. He just has not done any of the anti-Semitic conspiracism that is expected normally from Nazis. So I don't. He's just not a Nazi by all like technical aspects. Like that's just a fact. But still being with him, despite knowing all of the idiotic shit that he constantly says, is certainly a choice. Like I don't know if she's like. If it's like desperation, because the only thing that I can think of as to reasons why people would want to like hang around and be with Asim, it has to be for money or for clout. It's not because of personality. It's not because you think the guy's like charming or whatever. It's because of the fact that the bro's got a lot of prominence and a huge audience. Like that's what it is, and he has a lot of fucking goddamn money. Because otherwise it just doesn't make any sense to me. It's like, okay. I mean, you want to deal with someone who barely cleans himself, lives in squalor because of trauma that he can't get over? I mean, sure, girl. You fucking do that, man. I really don't think it's like... I really don't think it's normal. I really don't. It is just a little strange to me. You know, I should have made a joke about that whole fucking shtick happening, saying, like, now what will Kersha do? She's been replaced by an Asian Foyd. It's over for her. She's cooked. That would have been funny. If I hadn't just come up with that. She was deemed a genetically inferior stock by the Roach King. How will she cope? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, God damn it. I should not have done that, actually. Did I miscount? 1? Oh, wait, no, there's only 8 of these things. Right. Foolish me. That's fine, then. I thought there was 10, there's only 8. One, 2, 3, 4. Am I fucking stupid? Am I bad at counting? Do I know how to count? Cringe doesn't know how to count. Too stupid to count. How many of these damn foundries did I build? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I did build one too many. Well, well, well. Good of you. I built one foundry too many. I don't need this many. God damn it. It's fucking dark. Team Dark? Sonic Heroes? One, two, three, 4. I put one too many. Eventually this will all be fine on the same belt, but for the time being, nope. Tis not the case. Tis not to be. Simply put, it is not to be. It's just not. Okay, that's that done. Okay, we stick her right here, something like that. Done, easy clap. I think my roommate's back. Get rid of that, get rid of that. Did not space it well, folks. I didn't space it well, let me tell you. That should be good. Hopefully. Alright, that's the iron for all this shit hooked up. Now for the copper. Fuck you. Fuck you, you're dead. Well. Sir, stop hitting yourself with bombs. Can't help myself. It's just my biological imperative. I need two miners. Yeah, we need some portable miners. I don't know why the fuck I'm going back to an equipment workshop when I could just build one. Where are you? Miner Mark 2. And why we not touch? But why? Why the cringe? Can we not be, like, little bum cheeks and just, like, connect or something? Can we not be assholes? I hate when this shit happens. What the heck? Is that no putis from a Zane? What the? Huh? What on earth is this? A non-putist Zane? What the cock and balls is this? No putis today? That's crazy. I never would have thought such a thing could be possible. No putis. Damn. Here in the Daharumba Industries, even putises can grow. How's it going, Zane? How's it going, buddy? From our non-putis enjoyer over here. No put, some might say. Alright. Listen, big bro. I'm gonna need you to get the fuck out of here. Well, I guess I'm gonna have to kill you because you're just, like, kind of standing here. What's up, Big Jerry? Well. You gotta die. Fuck you.
I know for a fact that it did not deserve that.
Yes, it did. It was standing in the middle of my shit. So, in fact, Ada, fuck you, suck my dick. It did deserve it. Fuck you. Wait, is the Alright, well, Armor and Quills did the fucking putis. God damn it. Fucking, there will be putis spam, and there is nothing I can do about it. More like people were just embracing their responsibilities by not being putis. More like it. But here you are, destroying that. Nicola Samori. Samori? Samori? Don't know if that's how you say your name. Not gonna lie. What's this? It's a guy. Looks pretty cool. Nice. Wicked. Epic. It's like a dead guy. Or it could be a dead guy. Maybe it's a dying guy. Indeed. Oh, it is a dead guy. Wait, Kendrick Lamar? I see dead people? I see dead people. Proceeds to call Drake a pedophile. Gets, like, summer the hit.
That's a bunch of malarkey.
Gets hit of the fucking summer. Wait, are you trying to defend Drake, Zane? I'll have you know that we don't defend Drake around these parts here. Well, okay, people in Toronto do, but that's because they're people in Toronto, and they're all kind of mind-cucked. But we don't defend Drake around these here parts.
Ties of cringe.
I can't believe you defend Drake. That's crazy. Everyone, we have a Drake defender in the chat. We have an OV-ho over here. It's over. It's so Jover. I even have to build the segment of road that I'm missing, because I did not. I also lost that, but that's not going to take too long. His music's actually so ass. Whose? Drake's? I was about to say, that is definitely not the case for Kendrick. You're trolling if you think it's Kendrick. Yeah, Drake's music is... It's just, like, corporate approved, like, slop. Like, that's it. It is, yeah, exactly. It's NPC shit. Like, to enjoy Drake music, I do think you kind of have to be a bit of an NPC. Like, you have to be. Yeah, it's the shit you'd probably hear in a fucking Shoppers Drug Mart. That's it. Coworker ass music. That's a good one. That's good. That's good. It is very NPC stuff. It's just like it's just the corporate approved, like, very mealy mouthed, like, Drek. Whereas with, like, stuff like, because I like hip hop music. I always like stuff that's, like, more lyrical and poetic. None of this, like, poppy shit. I hate the poppy stuff. The poppy stuff is very cringe. His voice can be annoying sometimes. That's fair. Sure. I never really focus on, like, rap for the voices. I mostly focus it for the lyricism, the flow of the artist. That's what I care more about. In terms of, like, voices and like, I don't really care about that as much. If it works well with the flow and the music and the lyrics, that's what I care more about. Rappers with a message. That's what I'm more interested about. My Tism heard all voices as instruments. I have trouble hearing lyrics. Defeated by the Tism. That's unfortunate. That's rough, buddy. That's rough, buddy. Not to say I don't hear them if I actually try, but usually I'm just vibing. Ah. Then it's interesting that you don't like Drake all that much. Because that's, like, the kind of music that he does. It's just, like, it's just supposed to be, like, a vibe. But I suppose it's just too shallow. In that particular instance. Because, like, Drake is meant to be, like, just a vibe. Or, say, like, Biggie Smalls. Right? That's just meant to be, like, a vibe. Or, like, the mumble rap shit. It's meant to mostly be a vibe. It's not meant to be, like, you know, a poetic, something that needs to be dug into all that much. Like, you're not supposed to, like, really think about it, but, like, eh. I mean, I think, like, Fantano puts Drake best, saying that, yeah, it's the same, like, construction of lyricism with the same, like, double entendres. The structure there is, like, very pre-approved, corporate, and intentionally boring, but it is meant to produce as much, like, smash hit albums as possible. It's meant to be very pre-approved and boring. Not much there in terms of, like, lyricism or, like, like, meat to essentially dig in there, which is, like, fine for some people because, like, a lot of people are fucking, like, you know, they're troglodytes, right? But like most people, like, well, maybe not most people. A lot of people are just a bunch of people. A lot of people. A bunch of people are just not interested in that. Most people are interested in just like a vibe or something because, well, unfortunately, people are like brain dead. So it is what it is. Like for instance, Sonata C sharp is a vibe, but it's technically impressive. Or like Serpa as a whole is a vibe, but very impressive music. I have no idea who those guys are. Clueless is completely and utterly clueless. Has no idea who those people are. Clueless. Ah. Seraph? Seraph? Like Seraph? Still is completely clueless as to who that is. Oh, Seraph. Yeah, I still have no idea who the fuck that is. Japanese band with not a lot of viewership. Well, that explains that. Hmm. Okay, that's all taken care of. Lovely. All music I like has to be a challenge to listen to or keep my brain fully engaged. Now, that's the Tism speaking right there. Daho, that's kind of derogatory. And it's the truth. You gotta have listen, there's sometimes there's just music out there that is meant to it's for the autistics. That's how it is. The fucking putingus. Ay. Alright, grab some rotors. It's more concrete. And then we will be back from where we were at yesterday. Well, besides all the vehicle path work that we did. But, you know, we'll fix that up. It's like, well, it's going to take a little bit of a while. It's a bunch of tedium, but whatever. It's not the end of the world. Then we'll start to get into the Dunkings. Well, mostly because, okay. Here's part of the reason why I also wait. I'm mostly, like, waiting to see when like Boy Meets Mini logs off, basically, so then I just don't get rated in the middle of a fucking segment. Saves me from having to do some fucking annoying ass editing work. Oh, that's like not very difficult. You just have to splice the clips. Yeah, but I don't wanna. If I can avoid it, I will. Like I do want to get started. I just don't want to have an awkward transition for no reason. To avoid that shit. Turns off all raids from happening while doing segments XD. I don't have fucking silica? Alright, dude. Nice meme. You know what's a TISM genre? What? Math rock? The fuck is math rock? What is a math rock? And you will explain it to me right now. Progressive indie rock defined by complex, unconventional rhythms, odd time signatures like 5/4 or 7/8, and start-stop dynamics. I think I understand why it's called math rock now, because those are some very random fractions to select. I'm not going to lie. That's like the most random shit on the fucking planet. I'm gonna be honest here. Bruh. We're having our lag spike. Epic. Still have no idea what causes this, because it's the only one I'm running this game and streaming at the same time. Do I even have that many, like, fucking objects carrying things on belts? Because generally speaking, what causes this stuff is objects on belts. Like, I really don't. It's very peculiar. I don't know why it behaves like this. Showing it to a normal person, they like fucking melt. You know, that sounds like the perfect thing to show to normal people. Then, like, what are you doing? Let me see if that jabroni Boy Meets Mini still streaming. Son of a bitch. I just don't want to be caught with my pants down. That's also what I want. No pants down. No siree, Bob. There will be no pants down here. Well, we have fixed all the stuff we have needed to fix. Now it is time to make a lot of vehicle paths. Need to find a way to stop myself from getting sucked into that, because that's annoying. Don't want to get sucked into that. Thank you. What is this? That's math rock? Well, we'll save this for later. Shut up! No copyright Reno. That's for later. Padaho, it's probably some tiny indie band. What's the likelihood you get copyrighted for that? Don't trust YouTube. If YouTube can copyright you, oh, they'll do it. They don't give a shit. Like, even that one, unironically, like, that one little fucking second of music, YouTube can just be like, oh, deploy the copyright bots. Hop, 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 and just, like, they basically, like, fuck you in the ass for no reason. It's like, thank you, YouTube. Very cool. I'm a big fan of you doing this to me, YouTube. And then they can just, like, fuck you in the ass for, like, no reason. It's like, alright, man.
Fuck all these lipstick YouTubers and chicken shit redditors. Fuck
Thank
this 24/7 internet spew of Discord and VTuber bullshit.
Holy shit, that's me. For real, for real. Oh my god. I'm getting called out by Senator Armstrong. Chat, am I cooked? Is it... Chat, am I cooked? Is it over for me? Chat, it's over for me. I'm gonna get, like, I don't know, nanomachines, son. Fuck, dude. She-ball. Okay, don't know why it does that shit. That's the YouTube CEO deploying the copyright bots. I don't think we should imply that the YouTube CEO is Senator Armstrong. I'm just gonna throw it out here. I don't think it's a good thing for the YouTube CEO to be Senator Armstrong with nanomachines. That's just me. That's just me. How the fuck is that too sharply? Why are we like this? Have I ever mentioned how much of a fucking pain in my asshole this shit is? Well, it bears mentioning again. God, I hate this shit. That's true, Zane. Yeah, Elon Musk being the CEO of Tesla was also pretty bad, huh? Okay, what do you mean vehicle path turns too sharp? Get the fuck out of here, dude. Fucking vehicle path turns too sharply. Suck my gigantic cock and balls, dude. Suction. Fucking, you're like one step away from playing a bunch of fucking gotchi memes. Suction. Very interesting that we can now harvest crash debris. Because you used to not be able to do that. Fun fact. Whew. Ooh. There's a crack in the neck. What's cracking? My neck. My neck. What? Yeah. What? My neck, my back, my pussy, and my crack. Are we doing this meme? Okay. All right, dude. You don't like this, do you? But you don't like this either. Okay, this is kind of annoying that it's not working. What do? Did I forget to mention how much I hate this? Okay, you're willing to do it if you're like this, if you're doing the tractor vehicle path, but not the universal vehicle path. So I guess we're just gonna have to cheese it like this. Okay, you know what? The only things that will be traveling here are the tractors. I don't know if trucks also apply to the tractor vehicle paths. That's why I was doing it as universal. I'm just curious. Look this up on the Satisfactory wiki. Do trucks use tractor vehicle paths? In the game Satisfactory, trucks cannot use paths specifically designed or recorded for tractors. That is annoying. So what you're telling me is that when I eventually get trucks, I'm going to have to do the exact same thing. I just don't have the truck-specific vehicle paths at the moment for one reason only, because I don't have trucks unlocked as a technology. That's going to be very irritating. But it would fix my problems. I have bad news, Zane. Trucks do not send you to a different dimension. They don't. Sorry to say, bud. They don't do that. Alright, I need to do this rocket grunt. Why? Because my current level up task for fucking getting to level 73 is to purify Shadow Pokemon, which means I have to do as many Shadow Grunts as I find as possible. So I can just catch their Pokemon, purify them, move on with my life. Even though, I'm going to be honest here, the changes to the PvP system, I've talked about this before, fucking sucks balls. Major cock and major balls. It is so bad. So I'll never be a hot anime woman? No. Sorry. And the only reason why the trucks don't send you to a differing dimension is, in this game, all the trucks really do is they just kind of knock you over. That's really about it. But no, if you were to get hit by a truck in this game, you would not be sent to a different dimension where there's a bunch of hot anime women opining for your cock. This is bullshit. Yeah, well, you know, life's not fair. Dude, what the fuck is this animation fucking snacking bullshit? That's so weird. like I'm queuing an attack and it'll like do the animation of the attack, but it'll just like be stuck in the middle of the animation, doing the animation over and over again. Like, what the fuck is this cock and ball bullshit? It's like, all right, bro, good one. That's fucking epic, bros. Shadow Yamask. Shadow Cofagrigus definitely has to be pretty decent, because Cofagrigus is very tanky. Interesting. Interesting. Well, that Hoka stop shit will be done relatively soon for that group task. Okay, you know what? We're just gonna commit, and if I get fucked over by Boy Meets Mini, I get fucked over by Boy Meets Mini, and there's just not much I can do about it. If I just get El Putis Powed by Boy Meets Mini, then it's like, alright, dude. Let's get into fucking autism. Let's get into, like, probably one of the dumbest debates we're probably gonna see. Yeah, we got a fucking collection of specimens today. We got some fucking real juggernauts of online discourse. Fucking Duxtaku, Jake Monroe, Tectone, and Powder. This is gonna be great. This is gonna be fantastic. I'm looking forward to this. Alright. Ignore the search terms. Alright. Big cracks. Let's fucking do this. Looks like a Nightmare Blunt rotation. That's what everyone was saying when they first initially saw this. By the way, fun fact, Nuxtaku used to collab with, like, literally Moist Critical and all of the biggest VTubers and other content creators on the fucking platform of YouTube. And now he does this. Oh man, how the quote-unquote mighty have fallen. I remember. Have you seen some of old Nuxtaku collabs, Zane? Biggest fall off? Yeah, he's definitely up there in terms of fall offs. Biggest, obviously, that's like definitely up to question, but he's definitely a big one. I don't disagree with that. I could certainly, I could certainly agree with that for certain. I remember liking his VTuber model, but never actually watching him. Funnily enough, his VTuber model is actually stolen asset art. Allegedly stolen assets. So, from like a differing artist that he never credited. So, yeah, he's also an art thief. He's a bit of an asshole. Okay, so far I am finding that working with the tractor vehicle path is, oh my god, so much fucking better in comparison to the universal paths. Oh my fucking lord, dude. Oh my god, these are so much fucking better. Shocking. Yeah, well. What can you do? Alright. Let's fucking get into it. No more faffing about. Alright, I've been meaning to take a look at this, I suppose, a quarrel between intellectual titans like Powder, Nuxtaku, Tectone, and Jake Monroe. For those who may not know, Powder is just a stupid grifter, Jake Monroe is probably a Nazi, probably. Tectone's a grifter, and Nuxtaku's also a grifter. And they are all wanting to debate Israel. Oh boy. This is going to be a fascinating watch, for lack of a better term. I can only imagine what lurid commentary these fucking dorks over here have to offer on the topic of Israel fucking Palestine. For those who may not know, obviously, I don't know what Jake Monroe or Powder has in terms of like knowledge based of like Israel Palestine or what's going on in the events there. But Nux Taku's like a violent genocidal little freak, simply due to the fact that I think Nux Taku had a cousin who got killed in Gaza, participating in the Israeli quote-unquote retaliations, shall we use kindly, against the Palestinians. And he moved to Israel there for a while, and as a result, he became like an anti-Israel freak. Or not anti-Palestinian freak, not anti-Israel. So there's that. And Tectone, yeah, I don't know about Tectone either. I don't think he knows much of anything about Israel either, because we're dealing with a collection of very, very just like low IQ individuals here. I'm not really expecting much of anything in terms of like historiography or like accurate talking points or whatever. Honestly, I just want to have like an opportunity to probably just make fun of like 4 extremely weird fucking people who are, I don't know, probably going to make themselves look as ridiculous as possible when talking about this topic. At least that's what I'm anticipating or something. Yeah, you know, brown people are bad. I anticipate probably there's going to be mentions of Hassan, because there will definitely be mentions of Hassan. Let's keep it a buck. They'll definitely bring up Hassan at some point in time. They'll be like, so man, Hassan's kind of bad, guys, because like Tectone is there and he like basically like lives with Hassan's cock in his mouth. Like unironically, it's kind of like weird, just like how like performatively homosexual Tectone is when it comes to Hassan. I mean, I guess also the same with Nux Taku, but whatever. Honestly, the only wild cards here, to be honest, are like Powder and Jake Monroe. I can only assume that Jake Monroe is probably going to be like some fucking weirdo when it comes to all of this, because he's like an alt-right weirdo who is only alt-right because of the fact that his that he abused his girlfriend that he once had, and then he went to the right because of that. You know, many such cases, we've seen this before. And Powder basically only became like a right-winger because of like prominence and attention that she got from her Cinder documentary, I believe. And really has like nothing of interest to offer. So I have like no idea what the fuck she really has to say. Mostly I just want to make fun of probably Nux Taku and Tectone, because I can only assume that they're very, well, whatever they say is going to be very stupid. All right, what do we got here? Hassan, it might be their only knowledge of Israel, and by knowledge I mean they say opposite of Hassan. Yeah, exactly there, Zane. I can't really disagree with that.
Is a nudge unit.
Okay, so a nudge unit is an extension of another unit that exists within the UK government known as the Behavioral Insights Team, and which is also, it works in parallel with something called RICU, or RICU. And essentially these 3 sects of the government, they're not explicitly stated as doing so, but everyone knows that they do. They visit the victims of migrant attacks like rape and murder and stabbings and muggings and all these kinds of things. They visit the victims, and one aspect of what they're supposed to be doing is to intimidate people into not making this a race issue. So any statements that they say following their attack is specifically is to make sure they're not saying things like because of all these Somalians in my neighborhood, I got robbed. This was obviously going to happen. Get them the fuck out. They go around and make sure that people aren't saying that. And then and then you've got.
Wait, hold on. Okay, so first off, I guess we're not instantaneously talking about shall we say Israel. Okay, fine, whatever. Jake, immediate fucking problem here. What is the evidence to say that it is all Somalians that are doing all of these like rapes and murders? Or so, because he's kind of like mixing up his talking points here. First off, he's bringing up Somalians because he's talking directly probably to an American audience. 3 of the content creators here are Americans, of course. I don't know how many Somali migrants are within within the UK specifically. I assume there's probably some. I'm not going to say that there's not. The specific not demographic, the specific like population that Jake should be mentioning here would be, because I'm going to clean up Jake's, as the critical racist theorist, I'm going to clean up Jake's racism for him, okay? Why are you talking about fucking Pakistanis? Like, it's Pakistanis are the ones that all the people are having like the schizophrenic fucking conniptions about. It's not the fucking goddamn Somalis. That's an American thing. Like, why are we mixing up our fucking talking points here? Like, what the fuck is going on here? Like, when I say these people are not very good at their quote unquote jobs, like, this is exactly what I mean. It's like, okay, we're mixing up our country, our like populations here. Like, why the fuck are we mentioning fucking Somalis when it comes to like the Muslim rape gangs within Britain or something? Like what the fuck is going on here? And I believe what they're probably specifically talking about, if I were to take a guess, is probably the report from Rupert Lowe, which alleged that there was about like 250,000 rapes that were happening over the course of, I think it was about 10 years, done by these quote-unquote Muslim grooming gangs. Now, here's the thing. Is what Rupert Lowe is saying technically correct? Yes. Technically speaking, what Rupert Lowe is saying is correct here. Whoa, 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 whoa. What the heck? Daho being a little racist? Actually racist? Now, hold on before you type angrily in the comments. The problem with what Rupert Lowe was saying is that the number he definitely pulled from is absolutely fucking exaggerated. That is for certain. But all these motherfuckers are running with it because 250,000, it's like it's a big scary number. You have to be afraid and scared of like a number, right? But there is evidence and instances of the UK government, for whatever reason, deciding to cover up a bunch of like migrant crimes. For like what reason exactly? I'm not really sure though. That's like ultimately the other question, because I don't trust like people like Rupert Lowe to be able to provide an accurate sort of reasoning for as to why the UK government was deciding to cover up a lot of these fucking goddamn crimes. I think that's like ridiculous and silly. So like, we're getting all of our fucking talking points immediately mixed up here. So listen, you need the lefty to fucking clean up your racism there for you, Jake. You're not very, very good at this, buddy. Might want to get your fucking talking points, like your ducks in a row, before you start saying, like, I don't know, ridiculous fuck shit. Who am I kidding? He's gonna keep saying ridiculous fuck shit anyways. So, again, the reason why there's a large amount of Pakistanis and Indians and Bengalis who live within the United Kingdom is because of a funny thing called the British Raj. Yeah, the British Raj. That sort of subcontinent that the British Empire had under their control for the latter part of about 80 years. No, not 80 years. 200 years, something like that. About 200 years. So if we're talking about why there's a lot of like migrants, specifically brown migrants from the Indian subcontinent living within Britain, that's why they formed communities after being taken to Britain as indentured servants. For those who don't know, that's essentially slavery with a couple extra steps. So like, guys, like, we really need to get our fucking talking points straight here if we're going to immediately be racist off the bat. Like, let's be honest here.
And then you've got Riku, and you've got Riku, which has been rumored to
Riku.
be writing victim statements for them.
Riku, like from Kingdom Hearts,
which is
I've heard about this.
Yeah. So basically, whenever you see a victim, and Henry Novak's family are probably most likely victims of this, ironically, they were.
Oh, they're doing this in reference to Henry Novak. So, okay, Henry Novak. This is like also another dude that the far right was also like being like extremely fucking schizo about. Henry Novak, they were trying to make him out to be like the next George Floyd, basically, because I guess apparently he died because I have not really kept up with the story because I just didn't really care all that much, to be honest. But apparently Henry Novak had like a police officer put the knee on the neck of Henry Novak, and as a result, all of the like extremely annoying far right weirdos are being like extremely stupid and fucking annoying about it. Like that's very, very common or something. Britain also encouraged people from the Commonwealth nations to migrate to the UK after World War II. I can assume probably because they wanted to have cheap labor to be able to jumpstart their economy again after their population was devastated as a byproduct of the war. Now, that makes way more sense to me if we're talking about this in terms of an economic sort of argument. Yeah, because millions of people in Britain, well, across the empire, well, you know, that was still there before it collapsed, they needed labor to help rebuild the economy. Especially to help fund the NHS, to have a new tax base for the NHS, by the way, because guess what passed after World War II? Yeah, Britain's public healthcare system. Yeah, I bet you didn't fucking know that, now did you?
Saying like, their statements usually sound like this. Despite the attacks on me and my family, we do not want this to be used to cause further division in our society.
Yep.
So
I've seen that stuff.
almost...
Dude, if I ever get killed by a Muslim, politicize the fuck out of it, please. You have my permission.
Dude, that's crazy. The same thing just happened on social media. There's a clip of a girl who was live streaming with a girl that looked just like her. And this black migrant comes up to him and starts sucking on her neck. And that clip is circulating online right now. And then the girl underneath says, I gave no one permission to use this for any like political agenda or to spread anti-immigrant agenda. And it's like these women are getting sexually assaulted on stream because their empathy levels are so high. It's to the form of, suicidal empathy.
Here's the schizophrenic talking point of quote-unquote suicidal empathy from, like, Ally Beth Stuckey and that fucking troglodyte known as Gad Sad. I don't think it's about suicidal empathy, you fucking morons. I think it's just about the fact that it's probably going to be because, like, it's going to be used by people such as yourself. And again, for, like, dishonest fucking reasons to have, political talking points about. And again, here's the fucking thing specifically with all these, like, fucking losers and weirdos. They're mixing up their fucking talking points. Like, where was this specifically? Was this in the US, Tectone? Was this in the UK? Like, where did this fucking attack, quote-unquote, happened? Like, that's what I'm fucking curious about. Because I don't trust Tectone about as far as I can fucking throw him. There is no reason to trust someone like fucking Tectone. There's no reason to trust any of these people here. They are known hacks and propagandists. Actively so. So nothing can be fucking trusted from these guys. They are all active fucking liars. So I'm supposed to be sitting here believing and, like, thinking to myself, like, oh yeah, no, Tectone and people like Powder and Jake Monroe and fucking Nuxtaku. These are definitely honest actors who are talking about these, like, complex socio-political fucking issues. Like all of the migrant attacks that are quote-unquote happening all the time within the UK and America. These people are very, very honest actors when they're talking about these topics. Like, it's just like, nah, dude, like, you people are active fucking propagandists and hacks. There's no reason to believe anything at all that comes out of any of your people's mouths. Like, because, again, these people are all fucking liars.
It's crazy. So there are people writing out testimonies, false testimonies of victims?
Yeah, it's not explicitly stated anywhere that is actually happening, but everyone in the UK, because all these neighborhoods are so close.
Oh, real? Oh, it's not explicit.
My source is that I made it the fuck up.
Thank you, U235. You basically fucking beat me to the punch. Okay, so it's not explicitly written anywhere. So then why the fuck are you parroting this talking point? Like, why are you saying this then? If it's not explicitly written anywhere, okay, then what evidence do you have to suggest that any of this is the case? Like, why are you, like, okay, then why are you saying this? If it's not explicitly written, and you don't have any fucking evidence or any proof whatsoever, what is the point of fucking, I don't know, having a conniption about this? Like, again, like, I'm telling you, these people are all fucking dishonest hacks. There is no reason to believe anything, and I mean anything that comes out of these fucking propagandists' mouths, because they are just wholeheartedly willing to lie. Jake Moreau literally just said it himself. It's just like, well, I don't have anything explicitly that says that this is the case, but I'm going to say that this is explicitly the case. It's like, well, then, okay, then it's just not explicitly the case. Like, you're just fucking lying then, little bro.
Close-knit because the UK is just so small.
Yes.
And there's entire cul-de-sacs of families that exist here. While the families themselves are told not to make divisive issues out of their rape, the people in the area find out about this and then they post about it. It's almost impossible to stop that from happening. So that's why the UK knows about things like the nudge unit. And that's not even the worst part. The worst part of it is actually the behavioral insights team, the BIT that operates in the UK, because you can go into their Wikipedia page right now. and they explicitly state, without any shame, that they are there to carry out social engineering on the British public to make them think and act in a certain way, and to think a certain way about specific events and topics, and to manipulate the general public, and it's all on their website.
Okay, welcome to the, welcome to fucking basic intelligence. Welcome to the construction of the nation state. This is literally what it does, bro. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, okay. This is pretty fucking normal stuff. Not saying that it's a good thing. It's a thing that fucking happens all the time. On what grounds do these idiots think they can talk about British politics? Jake Monroe, I believe, is Scottish? I think. That's what grounds that these morons think they can talk about British fucking politics. I know he's based within the fucking UK or something. That's like really about it. Which is why they're bringing this stuff up. I mean, listen, it's the same like dumb fuck like low IQ anti-immigrant fear-mongering stuff. It's very, very boring.
And it's owned by a company called Nesta, whose chairman is a Jew, and it's owned by
every single time.
Okay, we went from man, we really went fucking 0 to 100 right there. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. No, Nuxtaku and Tectone are not podcast bros. They're just dumb fucking grifters and streamers. Whereas, you know, Nuxtaku, of course, like I said before, Nuxtaku is a groomer. Meanwhile, Jake Monroe is also a fucking grifter who basically just became a far-right weirdo because of the fact that he, guess what? Oh, he also groomed his fucking partner. So, yeah. But many such cases, dude. Many such cases.
You're never
True,
that
Big
far,
Jerry.
Nux, okay? It's like 1 degree separation. Keir Starmer, not a Jew. Wife
I'm
is.
telling you, man. Proof. The leftist Jews they're diabolical.
They really are. They really are.
Yeah.
But the Nest.
We fucking pulling out the Judeo-Bolshevism, like, not even, like, 3 minutes into the fucking goddamn stream here, bros? Because, I mean, last time Nuxtaku did this, he did this with, like, Roseanne Barr, and bro went, like, they went from 0 to 100 real quick in terms of the fucking, like Nazi-esque fucking conspiracism, saying, like, lefty Jews, even though, like, who knows if this fucking, like, weird CEO, is he even a fucking leftist? What political affiliation is this game? Doesn't matter. Like, these people don't give a fuck. There's no standards or principles that we're operating off of here at all. Like, so, I mean, these guys don't really give much of a shit. If they can just, like, say whatever they want to garner a dumb fuck audience, they will. They don't care. That's for certain. So, I don't know why we're bringing this up specifically. That's kind of weird. Like, what relevance does this have to these people being Jewish? Like, again, this is the point of this is that it's part of the fucking, like, Nazi conspiracy theory, saying that Jews are essentially and it's also great replacement theory as well, that Jews are bringing in migrant populations in order to help breed out and replace the white population. It's nonsense. It's fucking stupid. And quote-unquote Nuxtaku wants to be like the quote-unquote token Jew who's like okay with all this fucking nonsense. It's just like, okay, dude. Or is like willing to reaffirm these talking points or something. It's very, very strange behavior here.
The charity that just bought out the Behavioral Insights team is Labour government-led. They follow the Labour manifesto.
That's
Yeah, well,
disgusting.
Keir Starmer, wasn't he an attorney writing? I'm pretty sure they said he gave out 13,000 like warnings to pedophiles. Like, instead of arresting them, he gave them like a warning notice.
Oh yeah, it's a warning letter.
Yeah.
Yeah, he would write them warning letters. Hey, if you rape another kid, we're gonna have to send you an even strongly worded letter next time.
Stop raping, sir.
Oh my god,
Dude,
bro.
you know,
your
everyone
first
in
strike.
the UK is afraid of Sharia law, but under Sharia law, these guys would be getting 100.
Okay, here's the fucking thing. Nux, you really have no place to talk about how children are being treated in certain environments when you unironically did early porn introduction, which is a form of fucking child grooming, bro. Nicandro's video withstanding. Bro, you're a fucking child groomer, little bro. Like, unironically. Or rather, he himself is not the child groomer. He facilitated an environment where it was more likely for child grooming to happen. Let's be more accurate here, of course. So, Nux, you really do not have a leg to stand on when it comes to fucking criticizing people for quote-unquote being pedophiles or fucking child groomers, little bro. Like, shut your goofy ass up. Also, Tectone, you also don't have a leg to fucking stand on this shit either. Same with Jake Monroe, because you two also, Oh well, not Tectone, but Jake Monroe also fucking groomed his girlfriend, and that's why he ended up being a fucking goddamn like far right weirdo. But Tectone unironically liked lolly fucking hentai from a gender bent fucking lolly character in Genshin Impact, dude. Like, seriously, like, none of these people really have any legs to stand on when it comes to like this line of fucking criticism or this line of fucking thought. Like, they really don't. So I don't know why they constantly make it. Oh, because they just want to use it as like a dishonest fucking attack pattern or attack path for migrants. That's like why they do it specifically.
Lashes each. Like, I'm
Right.
just
That's why
saying.
they're here.
Yeah, yeah.
Jesus.
That's why the Qatari government actually they revoke visas for Muslims from England because they say that the Muslims in England are too radical for Qatar.
Yes, they did do that because there's Muslim Brotherhood have invaded British institutions like colleges and universities, and they don't. It's the UAD, the UA, yeah, the UAD, whatever it is. They
Is this like the same talking? Okay, this is like the exact same talking point. If we want to do like the quote unquote American version of this, it's like, oh yeah, dude, all the pro-Palestinian sort of like protesters, they have been actively invaded by a bunch of like, I don't know, like all the university campuses have been invaded by all these like pro-Palestinian Soros-backed interests, quote unquote. Like again, it's the same fucking nonsense all the time with these people. It's always the same fucking thought patterns and logic. It's nonsensical. It's fucking stupid. It's based off of basically completely nothing, but these people don't really care. There's no scruples that they won't engage with. Like, we are dealing with individuals here, again, who have no principles, no scrutiny. They do not give a shit. They will basically say literally anything to garner a fucking audience. They don't give a shit.
They didn't want to send any more students, or they didn't
Are
want
you
to send any more
familiar with
funding here.
the Muslim Brotherhood 100-year plan? Are you familiar?
I've never heard of
The
this.
100-year plan?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, so the 100-year plan was a plan that the Muslim Brotherhood came up with in the 90s, where basically they stated their stated goal of conquering Europe and America. Now, they say there's two options. You either do it by the ballot or the bullet, and you conquer the world that way.
Jesus.
You basically play on the empathy. You take over. You elect your own people into power. You change.
Why do I have a feeling that this is definitely not what the Muslim Brotherhood was saying? Nux, do you not understand that the U.S. also has like invasion plans of of Canada as well? Like, this is a thing. Like, this is a thing that's pretty common with a lot of like these nascent wannabe states. They will engage in like nation state sort of behavior. Like, I don't know what the fucking policy of the Muslim Brotherhood is. I don't think it really matters in particular. Like, who the fuck gives a shit? Like, to be honest, is the Muslim Brotherhood ever going to be in a position of power where they're going to do the quote-unquote 100-year conquering of the entirety of the world, of the entirety of the fucking West? Probably fucking not. Like, there's no point to try to, like, fearmonger about this stuff. Like, it's boring, it's fucking stupid, it's the same standard, like, fearmongering bullshit that all these, like, incredibly dim-witted, annoying motherfuckers like to engage in constantly because, again, it's easy fucking money for these people.
Laws because you become a actual tangible enough majority to influence politics, and you slowly but surely get more people in, you outbreed your opponent, and then by the ballot you conquer them, and if they fight back at some point.
I wonder what Nuxtaku specifically thinks of the Greater Israel Project, because the Greater Israel Project is rather similar in this particular respect as well. But, you know, the Greater Israel Project must be good in the mind of Nuxtaku because, well, it's Israel that's doing it. It has to be inherently good because Israel is doing it, so therefore it can't be bad. It's like, yes, of course. Me expecting principle from Nux fucking Taku. Crazy, I know.
You'll have so many numbers that you'll be able to take them on by the bullet.
That's fucking disgusting. Is this?
Sounds like
Where,
the Red Calorie
can you link me that sometime, Nux, so I can read it?
I'm sure, man.
You could literally look it up. Muslim Brotherhood 100-year plan. It's
Okay.
public, actually.
Okay.
And the Muslim Brotherhood, it's considered.
Okay, I'm a little curious. Now I'm curious. What is the Muslim Brotherhood 100-year plan? Why don't we take a look at this? Muslim Brotherhood 100-year plan. Sure. Let's just do the fucking AI overview. Just some real quick stuff. 100-year plan refers to the documented multi-generational strategy attributed to the Muslim Brotherhood, aiming at establishing institutional cultural influence to advance political Islam in Western societies. I thought this was about, like, great replacement theory stuff. Well, so far I'm detecting some inherent inaccuracies. Originating from internal Brotherhood documents, notably, a 1982 strategic outline and a 1991 explanatory memorandum, the plan outlines a phased approach known as civilization jihad. The core components of this strategy include institutional penetration, building a network of civil, educational, and legal institutions to entrench Islamic values within Western public life, youth focus, targeting demographic transitions through independent schools, university associations such as the Muslim Student Association, and youth programs to disseminate ideology. By the way, this is exactly how the Nazis thought. We are dealing with a bunch of fascists here, like fundamentalist Muslim jihadists who tend to be incredibly fascistic. But then again, all these motherfuckers here would be totally okay with this exact same sort of strategy if it was being done by fucking white people. Like, we're dealing with people with no principles here. And civic engagement, encouraging participation in local democratic processes, school boards, city councils, and forming tactical alliances with minority and progressive groups to shape civil progress and educational policy. Yeah, guess what? Where they fucking got this from? The Islamic Revolution of Iran, because it's exactly what the Islamic Revolution within Iran did as well. They tactically aligned themselves with progressive groups and leftists and minority groups in order to be able to overthrow the fucking Shah. This is a very, very common tactic from a lot of these, like, far-right, more fundamentalist groups. They will do tactical alliances for the express purpose of achieving their fucking goals, and then immediately backstab once they've gotten the power for themselves. Very, very, very common line of behavior here. The validity and scope of this long-term strategy is a subject of ongoing debate. Analysts and major security organizations vary in their assessments, with some intelligence experts viewing the documents as proof of a coordinated, stealthy effort to subvert democratic systems from within. Oh, sure, man. Totally. While other researchers characterize the theory as an exaggerated interpretations of grassroots advocacy and community organizing. Whoa, it's a bit of fucking hyperbole from a bunch of, like, fundamentalist jihadists. Okay. Yes, I that's pretty much the same thing here. There is no broad, like, consensus on all of this. It's a bunch of fucking hooey and bullshit. Yeah, like you're saying there, Zane. There is no broad scholarly consensus that a formal centralized 100-year plan exists as a single governing blueprint followed by all Brotherhood organizations worldwide. Because here's the fucking thing that these dumbasses don't understand. It's, every sect of the fucking Muslim Brotherhood does not follow the exact same rules. They have chapters everywhere like any other, like, estranged political organization. No two chapters are going to be the same as any other place. And they each have different goals based off of what the overall charter of the Muslim Brotherhood basically is. Like, again, this is like standard boogeyman bullshit from all these, like, well, grifting morons.
A terrorist organization in the United Arab Emirates. Okay.
Oh, also, yeah, real quick, there's, like, again, no evidence to say that there was anything about, like, great replacement theory bullshit, as Nux Taku was saying here. Yeah, just fucking stupid. Standard grifting stuff.
They call them a terrorist organization. Just to understand, right? Now, there's a lot of Muslim Brotherhood still in Qatar, which is why Qatar and Al Jazeera is basically like a mouthpiece for the Islamic regime in Iran. You know, it's...
What? Al Jazeera just gets paid by the Qataris. Now they're a mouthpiece for the Muslim Brotherhood? The amount of, like, schizophrenic conspiracy theories that these fucking weirdos come up for Al Jazeera is extremely fucking strange. Like, I'm sorry that Al Jazeera, like, reports accurately in terms of, like, the war in Iran, which, of course, like, Nux Taku's a giant fan of because he's just, like, a violent little, like, weirdo freak. Just, like, a very, very psychotic individual who's just, like, salty about the fact that his cousin got killed by the Israelis, specifically by the IDF, by... going through with their invasion of Gaza after October 7th, even though, like, Hamas themselves literally said, like, we are totally willing to fucking negotiate for the hostages. Just don't invade Gaza. Stop don't do the invasion, and then Israel did the invasion anyways, and killed a bunch of their own hostages anyways. So like, I don't know, man. Like, cope and fucking seethe. Yeah, cope and seethe.
It's their stated goal. It's like you're racist for saying it's their stated goal. It's like you're Islamophobic when you say that they like pedophilia. They worship a They worship a
They sure do. A false prophet pedophile who likes BBC.
He was all the things that they say they.
I mean, this is like the strangest hyperfixation that all these weirdos have with specifically Muhammad. Like, you are aware there's like instances of like pedophilia that also happen constantly within the like the Bible as well. It's like a very, very common thing. Do they not know this? Like, okay, bro. Like, I mean, it's just fucking stupid. Like, who the fuck cares about that shit? Like, who cares?
They hate about, you know, the West, right? You don't understand. He was a colonial slaver, sex slaver, pedophile, gay, rapist, warlord, thief.
Ooh.
Oh my god. Dude, sounds like what they call you, bro. That's crazy.
Yeah, you know how Muhammad died? You know how he died?
No.
So he invaded a village. He found a woman that he was attracted to. So he murdered her mother, her father, and her brother, and her husband. And then he raped her. And then she said, "Let me cook you a meal, Mohammed." And he said, "Sure thing." And she poisoned him, and he died.
Oh, wait,
Profit, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh,
That's, yeah. So,
W twist.
Oh, Jewish woman. W Jews. Let's go.
Yeah, get some W Jews in the chat, guys. Let's get some.
This is I have no idea. I thought we were trying to debate Israel here or something. I don't know why we're going like on the random like Quran Muhammad tangent or something. Like, okay, bro, yeah, we get it. You people think brown people are bad. Can we get something like interesting here? Can we actually get to the fucking topic du jour? Can we fucking wrap it up? Actually talk about something or something, like anything? I don't know, man. Like, and people wonder why this guy Nuxtaku doesn't get like any collaborations from any mainstream sort of like VTubers anymore. Yeah, this is why.
Love for the Jews, boys. I love Jewish people. Can we get a Netanyahu W, guys? Let's fucking get it in there, boys. Let's get it.
Netanyahu, if you're watching this podcast, I have reason to believe Hassan Piker is 2 weeks away from a nuclear weapon.
Sure, man.
Yeah, that's
Someone got into real big trouble for a joke like that not too long ago, man.
Wait, really?
Uh-oh.
Yeah. There was a woman that was just like, Bibi Netanyahu, drop bombs here, please. And she ended up in fucking court.
He'll be okay, he's Jewish.
Yeah.
Hold up.
Yeah.
I don't.
Oh, I know exactly what clip Jake Monroe is talking about here. I'm not gonna lie, I thought it was pretty funny. I was just like, it's like, yeah, man, totally. Yeah, Benjamin Netanyahu should drop bombs on that whatever the fuck person who had a nuclear bomb. It's like very obviously a joke, but like, you know, it's a little poor taste. It's a little poor taste.
I want Netanyahu to drop bombs. I want him to investigate. Okay.
Real quick, Nux, who's your speed dial number one? What's his name? Real quick. Is it Bibi?
Benjamin, what a coincidence.
It's my uncle. They just happen to have the same name.
Damn, bro. Okay. Okay. Well.
The poor guy that was attacked. Just a very short drive from where I'm sitting at the moment. That Sudanese guy that was gouging out the eyes of that deaf guy. Yeah, I went to the crime scene, man. It's wild.
Jesus.
And the only reason why we know about that is because of X. And the rape gang inquiry was posted to X.
Did you see Sneeko, everyone's favorite brown clown? Sneeko's coverage of that?
Brown clowns. So.
No,
Yeah,
The
one
where
reason
he
there
said
isn't a solution.
Sneeko.
Yep, that's the one. So Sneeko, he was sitting there, he was talking to someone, someone brings up the Belfast beheading, and he's like, "Oh, that was a Sikh guy, right?" No, it was a Sudanese Muslim guy, Sneeko. And he's like, and then after saying, "There's just nothing we can do about it. There's just no..."
Okay, so there's already a little bit of a lie going on here by these motherfuckers in terms of the Belfast pogrom, well, incentivizing incident. Yes, the guy was a Sudanese guy. A Sudanese guy born in Britain. Well, that's a little bit of a wrench in the fucking narrative now, isn't it? I wonder why we're not bringing up specifically about the fact that the guy's father was a migrant that came in from Sudan into Britain, and why we're not specifically mentioning that this guy was actually born in Britain. Why is that? Would it be a little fucking inconvenient if it was a native-born fucking citizen? Or it's just more convenient for us to do like the 3IQ propaganda saying that Sudanese, so therefore fucking migrant. It's like, well, that's not exactly accurate now, is it? It's because these people are all liars and propagandists, or like are trying to be fucking propagandists. Yeah, they're mostly trying to be propagandists.
No solution. Yeah, there fucking is a solution.
Yeah, there is.
Well, I don't believe that we should.
Civilizational enemy.
No,
Yeah, we should kill him.
deportation is
He
the
needs to
moderate
die.
solution.
Yeah, I don't think we should do that at all. When you have them all in
No.
the same area, there's a better solution.
Yeah. And it's actually quite absolute, actually. I mean, you know what? It'd probably be the same.
Well, what do we mean by all this? Absolute. There's quite a salute. Hey, what do you mean by that? I'm just listen. I'm doing a little bit of jacking off like you guys. I'm just asking some questions. So what do we mean by absolute and solutions, guys? Well, what's up with that? What's up with that? What's going on? I'm just wondering. I'm just asking some questions here. I'm just a little curious. Why are we saying this stuff? Clearly, we're not intending any sort of like malice or some kind of like interesting solutions that may have some like historical precedent at all whatsoever. Like, oh no, we can't be doing that. Of course, no. Listen, Daho, you're just being a little too edgy, little bro. You're going too far with the edge. You don't get it. It's all fucking meme, bro.
Same solution as if we went over to Pakistan in our millions and immediately started sucking off welfare and f***ing all of the Pakistani women. In fact, f***ing Pakistani women repeatedly over and over again. I don't think they'd deport us either. I think they would make sure that we're very well acquainted with how...
Literally, the chat is just quote-unquote saying final solution, and Jake Monroe's like having fantasies of going to Pakistan and raping Pakistani women. But okay, man. That didn't take very long, huh?
How many guns they have.
It is insane.
We'll never need to know because ain't no one going to Pakistan.
Wait, do you guys know why there's a lot of guns within Pakistan? Did they know about any of the conflict, the history of the conflict between India and Pakistan, which was essentially created by as a byproduct of the British? Do they know, guys, I don't think these grifters know. I don't think they know about any of the history for as to why there's a lot of conflict going on specifically within India and Pakistan. I mean, if this were to be explained to them, like, their tiny brains probably would not be able to sort of, like, understand much of the dynamics of any of these conflicts. It's again, a byproduct of the fucking state that you're trying to defend, that being the UK. Like, I don't know. It's fucking silly, dude.
No, there's a bunch of rocks. In fact, there's a reason for that, by the way.
Yeah, it is crazy how I see these people with the LGBTQ flag saying "Free Palestine" when it's like if you were to go over there, they would slaughter you in the street. By the way,
I mean that actually happened. There was a.
So okay, I don't know how many times this has to be said, but the reason for as to why there is no civil rights movement within Palestine, because gay and queer Palestinians do exist and they live within Gaza and the fucking West Bank. They exist, but the reason why there is no fucking civil rights movement within any of those places is because they kind of keep getting bombed by Israel. Now, okay, this may be a complicated concept for these troglodytes to understand, but here, I'll explain it to you. If civil society was allowed to be developed within fucking Palestine, within Gaza, and they weren't getting fucking constantly bombed by the Israelis, there would be a very high chance of there being a gay civil rights movement, people asking for their fucking rights, if there were, like, democratic and civil institutions allowed to be established within Palestine. But who is exactly preventing those vital institutions from being established? You know, you have to ask yourself this question. Oh, is it Israel? Oh, it's Israel because they just keep bombing the fuck out of the Palestinians. So it's just like dog, if you care so much about protecting the sanctity of Palestinians, or gay Palestinians, they don't, obviously. For them, it's all a cudgel for them in order to have a idiotic fucking talking point. If you cared so much about this stuff, then guess what? You would be an advocate for Israel stopping the fucking genocide. But these people obviously are not, because they're all a bunch of charlatans.
I don't know if you heard about this. There was a Italian activist named Tony Rigatoni or something. I don't know, some crazy Italian.
Yeah.
It's just something like that.
Yeah.
And he was a pro-Palestine guy. He went to Gaza to help the Palestinians. Hamas took him. They beat him. They executed him in public because he was an infidel.
Jesus.
You know what? He's down in...
Okay, let's double check that if that is the case from Nuxtaku, because Nuxtaku has very often twists the truth and never tells 100% of the story. Why don't we take a look at this? Italian activist killed in Gaza. Lo and behold, Nuxtaku was lying. The most prominent Italian activist killed in Gaza was Vittorio Arrigoni, a 36-year-old journalist and aid worker who was abducted and murdered in April of 2011. Interesting. So, no mentioning of the fucking timeline there. Very, very fucking fascinating. He was affiliated with the International Solidarity Movement and lived in Gaza. So he was an aid worker living in Gaza. He was kidnapped by a Salafi jihadist militant group. So, not Hamas. Because why would Hamas kill a Western aid worker? They never do that. Now, Salafists, if you don't know anything about Salafists, those guys are a particular sect of, I think, Shia Islam that are very, very fucking radical. Insane fascist fundamentalists. Similar to fucking Nuxtaku. Of course, it's all a grift for him. He doesn't actually believe in any of this stuff, but whatever. Salafists are fucking insane, and they're very often operating in particular parts of Saudi Arabia, around that sort of region. That's who we're fucking talking about here. Salafists are completely fucking different in comparison to that of Hamas, which I don't remember which. I think they're Sunni. Which is like a completely differing sect of Islam. So it's just like, they're not even Salafists? Like, can you guys at least get your fucking goddamn, like, talking points right if you're just gonna fucking lie? Oh, well, no, it's because the lie is the point, right? Who threatened to execute him unless Hamas released their imprisoned members. Oh, so it's a hostage situation. So they didn't just kill him immediately, they eventually fucking killed him. Interesting. Because apparently Hamas was cracking down on these Salafist jihadists. Very, very interesting. Arrigoni was found dead by Hamas security forces in a Gaza City apartment. His tragic death prompted widespread international condemnation and mass vigils, mourning his loss across the Palestinian territory. Very, very fascinating. I wonder why the Palestinians were having vigils about the loss of this Italian aid worker working with the International Solidarity Movement. If they hated the fucking Westerners so much, quote unquote, these people are fucking claiming, why would they have vigils? Why would Hamas be doing crackdowns on Salafist jihadists? You should ask yourself these questions. But are any of these motherfuckers going to do that? No.
Hell, right now being like, well, you know what? It's
that fucking crazy?
I'm not gonna use this as a divisive thing.
Of course, yeah, guys, don't use this to divide anybody. A couple of things real quick.
The ultimate strategy that these people have been employing everywhere, it's like this victim thing where they start shit and they do it every time. They start shit and then Islamophobia. The issue with raping.
What the fuck are you talking about? Like, start what shit? What, the Great March of Return or something? A non-violent, peaceful protest organized by Yahya Sinwar to essentially try to peacefully, I'm going to remind everybody, peacefully attempt to have the March of Return, which is allowed a right granted to the Palestinians under international law, may I remind you, but whatever. Nuxtaku doesn't care about any of this stuff because, again, he's just an idiot, just like a violent little fucking freak. If the Palestinians want to return to their fucking homes, they have the right to do that under international law, as per the 1967 fucking goddamn treaties, as indicated by the UN. But does Nux know about any of that stuff? No. And guess what happened when the Great March of Return, I think in 2014, happened? They got sniped and they got shot by the fucking Israelis. They got killed by Israel. And whoa, as a result, the Second Intifada happened. And more violence happened in Palestine, within Gaza specifically, where there was a bombing campaign in 2014 by the Israelis. But does Nux know about any of that? No, he does not.
250,000 British girls is the backlash you'll have on peaceful Muslims,
Yeah, culture, man. Leave it alone. It's their culture.
Yeah, right. You hear that every time. Yeah. Do you know the last time Muslims won a war against non-Muslims?
Guys, you may want to hear some. You might want to do some like research into like Crusaders, like the Crusader culture and whatnot. Yeah, you're probably not going to see a lot of good things there. But big dog.
No, never.
It was in the 1100s.
1100s?
Yeah, they have been losing wars for 1,000 years, consistently.
Okay, that's just fucking a lie, dude. Like, here's one that comes off right the top of my head. The Turks, the Ottoman Turks, who are Muslim, by the way, had a major victory at sea in, like, I think it was about 1534 at around Corfu, by the Greek islands. Major naval victories against the Venetian navy, which was considered to be the strongest navy during the 1500s for the maintenance of their maritime empire, their mercantilist empire. And guess what? They lost the naval battles. As a byproduct, guess who fucking wrested control of the Mediterranean from the Venetians? Oh, it was the Ottomans. Oh, crazy, wild, I know. So that's just like, I mean, that's just not even true. Does Nuxtaku not also understand that, actually, no, I'm curious. I'm just curious. When was the last war won by Muslims in history? Sure, fuck it. Like, not even to go into, like, the Safavids or anything, but whatever. Does this dumbass know about anything about, like, this? No. Like, very, very fucking stupid. And also, it depends on what you mean by quote-unquote won. Yeah, like, that's actually a great point there, Zane. Yeah, Iran has also technically won against the Americans by forcing the sign of Memorandum of Understanding. Like, Iran has won the fucking war. The most recent war. I mean, this was recorded, I mean, this was about 3 weeks ago. I mean, I guess technically speaking, this was, like, recorded at a point in time before the Memorandum of Understanding was signed, but I don't think Nuxtaku really knows about any of that. I mean, like, just to go into, again, another fucking quick overview over here. The last major war definitively won by an independent sovereign Muslim state was the Turkish War of Independence in 1990 and 1992, led, of course, by Ataturk. Turkish nationalist forces defeated the occupying Allied powers, predominantly Greece, abolishing the Treaty of Sevres, I think that's how you pronounce that, and establishing the modern Republic of Turkey. Wow. The occupiers in Turkey, after the Ottoman Empire fell apart as a byproduct of World War I. Okay, dude. Like, nice meme. And here, if including conflicts where Muslim majority groups or nations achieved victory with international backing, we also have the Kosovo War, which saw Muslim majority Kosovo Liberation Army, aided by NATO, successfully force the withdrawal of Serbian fucking forces under, guess who? Milosevic. Yeah, like, it's incredible, man. Like, yeah, last war the Muslims have won, 1100s. We got 1990 over here, buddy. Like, nice try.
Look, any day now, like a broken clock, right?
And the crazy thing is, every single time it's like, okay, but they actually we're the victims here actually because we started a war and lost. And they do this everywhere, all over the place. And it's like, hello.
They're probably like
are we still falling for this?
Yeah, man, totally. It wasn't because of, like, the Abrahamic Accords or anything for, like, the start of the quote-unquote war that happened within fucking Palestine this time. Nah, it was those dirty fucking Browns that started all this. Like, I mean, just... I think I now know why I probably just decided not to really take a look at this and put this on the fucking back burner for as long as I did. It's the same fucking lazy propaganda every single time from these dumbasses. And it's not even very good. Like, I do 30-second Google searches and I fucking just debunk all of this stuff. It's, like, so easy. Oh, yeah, that's a good point there, Zane. Yeah, I do also love how it's Muslims starting wars and not external interference. Or for the express purpose of trying to, save an ailing fucking Muslim population that's getting, like, genocided and having its existential crisis, for lack of a better term, its existence threatened by a fascistic, genocidal, colonial power that's doing it for the express purpose of territorial expansion and is doing it illegally under international law. And has the backing of the world superpower, that being America. Yeah, looking at you, Israel. Like, I mean, it's just so fucking stupid. Yeah, if anyone who starts wars and cries the most, it's America. Exactly, Zane. It's always the fucking, like, fascistic, like, colonial entity that are the main people who start the wars and then cry, bitch, and moan and complain about it when people are saying, like, so you starting that war was not a very good thing. It was kind of bad, actually.
I'm not.
Yeah, it's nice that more and more people wake up to the bullshit that's going on with a lot of the culture.
Dude.
That,
Oh,
some
I'm
people
sure.
2 billion Muslims can't kill 9 million Jews in Israel? Like, come on, guys.
Oh, boy.
What are we doing? What are we doing?
What are we doing, guys? Great.
It's the R&D funding.
What is this thing? What do y'all put down here? Palestine Action designated as a terrorist org in the UK.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So Palestine Action was.
Wait, I watched a short from you about this.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm telling you, bro, you got motion.
So yeah, I mean, by the way, like unironically, an instance of the UK deciding to clamp down on free speech so they can continue giving more and more aid and material support to Israel. A quick reminder: guess who does a bunch of like spy flights specifically for the Israelis? It's the British. They do that all the time.
You got hella motion, bro. You're gaining momentum. It's insane. It's good to see.
Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah. There was.
As you should.
Yeah, there was. Thanks. There was a Palestine Action, which was an activist movement specifically within the UK that was advocating for free Palestine and all that stupid fucking gay shit. And because they had become so disruptive and so politically violent, and they were using this activism to justify this violence.
The political violence that Jake Monroe is specifically talking about here is throwing some paint on some fucking planes and going into Elbit, which is an Israeli military manufacturer. The biggest Israeli military manufacturer, and essentially destroying some equipment, sabotaging equipment. So this is like pretty standard like protest actions. That's like really about it. Like I do not care all that much about like the destruction of equipment that's essentially being used to help perpetuate a genocide. I do not care about any of that stuff. Honestly, like history will remember the actions of the Palestine Action protesters kindly. When people are looking back into the fucking history books. But it's okay, because Keir Starmer wanted more, like, Trump and Israel sloppy toppy instead. It's like, okay, bro, like, nice fucking goddamn meme.
It was actually found in court, it was actually deliberated in court that Palestine Action was to be designated a terrorist organization. And then what happened was they immediately tried to appeal that, and it was put back into court, and they were hoping that it was going to be released from the terrorist label. And no, they doubled down like, no, this is definitely super duper bad. No, it's still terrorist org actually. And all these fucking leftists, these quivering.
Yeah, why do I have a feeling that's not exactly how that played out? Like, I don't even have to take a look into the fucking court documents to know that Jake Monroe probably has like literally no fucking idea what he's talking about. Because again, this is also a quick reminder: the same dude who groomed his fucking goddamn girlfriend. I'm just saying, and that's why he became a far-right fucking weirdo, because he got kicked out of the fucking communities that he was in for, I'm gonna say it again, grooming his fucking girlfriend, the one girlfriend that he had, and then he became a far-right weirdo because of it.
Cane-using leftists were crying on the streets as they realized that once again, they are fucking terrorists, because Antifa was already...
Like, okay, hold on, I'm curious here. What would Jake Monroe have to say about all the far-right, like, unironic actual terror groups who have gotten the terrorist group label within Britain? Because there's a bunch of them that have gotten that sort of, like, label here. Because, again, specifically, you have to ask yourself this question. What exactly did Palestine Action do in order to garner the quote-unquote terrorist label? Throwing some paint on some planes. That's literally it. Yet in the UK, if we're talking about, say, like, the Proud Boys or Tommy Robinson's group or any of the other far-right fucking weirdos, you want to know what those guys have specifically done? Various actions like bomb threats, planting bombs all the fucking time. So, like, honestly, it's one of those things where it's just like, fucking spare me the pearl clutching dude. Like, you don't give a fuck about, like, the actions of fucking terrorists. You, in reality, are okay with it. You are just not willing to fucking openly apply the label consistently. None of you people actually care or have any principles when it comes to any of this stuff. Because in reality, you're okay with terrorism if it is your side who is doing it. And I find it very funny that these guys love to constantly bitch, moan, and fucking complain about, like, jihadist groups that do terrorism. You guys should, in reality, love jihadist group terrorism all the fucking time, because they're far right like you. But whatever, like, none of these people have any principles or care about any of this stuff because they don't understand any of the fucking history or any of the political prescriptions that they adhere to. Yeah, fucking juggalos get called a terrorist. Get called terrorists / a gang. Like, whatever. Like, it's stupid. Unless, again, you are doing attacks for the express purpose of a political goal with the purpose of terrifying a part of the civilian population, then you're not a fucking terrorist. And guess what? Palestine Action did not do any of that stuff. So as far as I'm concerned, they ain't terrorists, big dog.
Classified as a terrorist organization as well.
As they should be.
Yeah.
Yeah. So actually, Palestine Action. And the funny thing is, I think again, just like how all the Carmelo Anthony supporters would support him for murdering a white guy, all of the base integrated modern leftist.
I don't think that's why people were quote unquote supporting Carmelo Anthony. Even like the most prominent fucking leftists, that being Hassan, said that yeah, he probably should absolutely go to jail and face some kind of punishment for this, criminally so. Because like doing a stabbing based off of a shove is just a wholeheartedly unjustified escalation of action. Absolutely. But should he get like 35 years to potentially life? No, I don't think so. And that's like pretty much the broader consensus that everyone reached in terms of the whole shtick with Carmelo Anthony. Like, that's like literally it. But then again, we're dealing with people who are not honest actors. Quick reminder, these guys are just a bunch of fucking grifters who have no idea what they're talking about.
Muslims all fucking love Palestine Action, right? Mehdi Hassan and Hassan Piker, right? And Cenk Uygur.
Great guy.
Support Palestine Action. Do you know what just happened? There was Palestine Action.
Listen, I understand that those guys actually care about free speech until, like, schizophrenic freaks like yourself, Nuxtaku, who, may I remind you, again, facilitated an environment where it was easier for children to be groomed as a byproduct of the content that he was creating. Listen, the Chondros video, always withstanding.
Broke into what was it? A British military base and
Israeli.
shattered a police. It was in England though.
Yeah, on England soil, but wasn't it an Israeli weapons company?
An Israeli weapons company on.
Powder is correct here. She's talking specifically about Elbit, and it was 2 separate incidents. I described them myself. One of them was a British Air Force base, specifically cargo planes that were carrying out missions, delivering aid and supplies to Israel. And also Elbit, which is an Israeli weapons manufacturer that has plants within Europe. Again, that is sabotage. Same shit that you would see in apartheid South Africa. It's not terrorism. Just period, end of story. Like, it's a form of protest. Not Malcolm X. I mean, Malcolm X probably also did the same stuff. But Nelson Mandela literally did the exact same thing when he was sabotaging fucking rail lines in apartheid South Africa. It's the same fucking shit.
British soil and shattered a British policewoman's spine with a sledgehammer. Okay.
Jesus.
And Mehdi Hassan goes on Twitter saying we should not be punishing these people. They were trying to fight back against the pretendicide in Gaza. All right. And, that's what we're dealing with now.
Yeah.
We're dealing with.
Yeah, quote unquote the pretendicide. Let's not take a look at any of the evidence that's been not even evidence. Like you don't really need any evidence at this point. You can just like literally look. But let's not talk about any of the international human rights organizations like Human Rights Watch, the UN. Here's one for you, Nuxtaku. B'Tselem, a human rights organization that operates within Israel, who also says that yeah, what Israel is doing is tantamount to genocide or apartheid. Like. Yeah, dog, like in every single way that you can just be wrong, you're fucking wrong, buddy.
The retard,
sure.
So Hassan tweeted that out?
No, that was Mehdi Hassan, different
Mehdi
guy,
Hassan,
big
okay.
guy. But
Well,
our
it's
Hassan,
M-E-H-D,
right? You know the dog shogger, the brothel enthusiast, Diddy Party guy?
Yeah,
Our
okay.
Hassan,
Yeah,
right?
he's
So he was supporting a different Palestine Action terrorist attack where they broke into a British military base and they were dumping, what was it, canisters of paint into like plane engines? Which is very dangerous, obviously. And then they caught them.
I don't think that's what specifically they were doing, though. They were just like basically dumping a bunch of paint on just random on cargo planes specifically, because again, the cargo planes Nux were being used to give aid and abet the fucking genocide that's currently happening within Palestine. which is why they were going after the specific cargo planes in particular, because they were delivering aid to continue doing a fucking genocide. I guarantee you, Palestine Action more than likely would have also gone after British fucking spy planes and scout planes that were also doing a bunch of like surveillance for Israel as well. I guarantee, like without a shadow of a doubt in my mind, because again, they're aiding and abetting in a fucking genocide, little bro. Like that's just what they're doing. Like it's just a fact. Like I don't know how else to say it. It's just a statement of fact that again, the British have been aiding and abetting the actions of Israel in terms of all of this actions within Gaza. But again, does Nux care about any of that stuff? No, because he's like a violent little freak who's okay with it. Yeah, destroyed plane or genocide support, which is more dangerous. Yeah, clearly the planes. Yeah, clearly Zane.
And then Hassan is like, oh no, they were stopping a pretendicide in Gaza. Now they're going. It's like, it's unreal, man. These guys, they just fucking love terrorism or something. I don't know.
Pretendicide, is that the perception of the genocide that's not happening in Palestine?
Whatever, dude.
Yeah, are you denying?
Yeah, I'm 100% denying it. I'm a pretendicide realist here.
Pretendicide. I'm gonna have to
Dude,
read that
1% of civilians in Gaza were killed over this war.
Do you know
1%.
what, Knox? I fucking knew we were gonna make sure that you were gonna be a
I mean, that's just not even fucking true. Like, okay, sure, we'll fucking debunk this. This is actually so easy. How many civilians died in Gaza? Sure, since 2023. We'll just do this. We'll do this real quick as well. So since October 7, 2023, the confirmed Palestinian death toll in Gaza has surpassed 73,000, with over 173,000 injured. While official records from the local health authorities do not universally distinguish between civilians and combatants in their immediate counts, shouldn't necessarily matter, but whatever. They report that women and children make up roughly half of the fatalities. Furthermore, independent experts and researchers indicate that the true death toll is likely higher. Studies published in medical journals like The Lancet, again, a highly recognized international medical journal here, suggests that the combined violent and non-violent death toll could exceed 75,000, as thousands of bodies remain missing under rubble, and indirect deaths from disease and lack of medical care mount. Which, again, because of the funding of stuff like UNRWA right here, as is being referred to, well, not to refer to, but like with the defunding of stuff like UNRWA and a bunch of other aid organizations, it's very obvious and extremely fucking clear that more than likely hundreds of fucking thousands of Palestinians have more than likely died as a byproduct of this, well, Holocaust. Yeah, blocking of aid, the killing of aid workers, the killing of fucking journalists, everything that Israel has done to basically, you know, aid and abet in this fucking goddamn genocide. Like, unironically, aid and abet in this fucking goddamn genocide. That's, like, fairly obvious and extremely clear. Because, again, there's not been an opportunity for there to be any cleanup done within Gaza, because they just keep getting bombed all the fucking goddamn time, like constantly, over and over and over again by the fucking Israelis. So they haven't had any time to clear up the rubble and do any of the fucking counts of how many people have died. And likely at this point, a bunch of people are going to be completely unrecognizable. So more than likely, we will never know how many people have died as a byproduct of this fucking genocide that Israel is conducting. But listen, it's a quote-unquote pretendicide because Nuxtaku's cousin got killed by some fucking militant, allegedly, apparently. And that's why he's like basically being a genocidal, violent little fucking freak about all of this. He's just mad about the fact that his cousin or one of his family members participated in an illegal invasion that ended up killing hundreds of thousands of fucking people. But yeah, sure, okay, man, totally. Pretendicide, very cool.
genocide denier at some point. I knew that was coming. Welcome to the club, fella.
Yeah. It was 271 Palestinians at most.
Yeah. 6 million Palestinians. Yeah, I doubt it.
We're doing some Holocaust memes. Dude, like, these guys are such fucking tools, by the way. Like, Jesus Christ, man. Like, gotta sprinkle in the weird fucking anti-Semitism into all of this again. Like, dude, like, honestly, like, of all the people here, I think, like, Nuxtaku's, like, the biggest Nazi out of all of them, because he just keeps doing, like, he literally does, like, all the fucking anti-Semitic memes, all the neo-Nazi memes. It's very, very strange.
Yeah, no, but if you really look at the numbers, like, the UN says 70% of buildings are damaged and 1% of people are killed. They dropped, like, 2 tons of bombs per person that died. Like, it's obviously not a genocide under... In fact, the genocide case that the internet...
Literally, Israel has, I think, satisfied 4 out of the 5 conditions for genocide under the UN Charter, and the criminal court has warrants out for both Yoav Gallant and also Benjamin Netanyahu in order to try them for their charges of fucking genocide from the ICJ warrants brought by South Africa. So yeah, like, nice fucking try, buddy. Like, guess what? If Benjamin Netanyahu lands anywhere that's not in Israel, and it is a country that is a signatory to the International Criminal Court, his ass is getting arrested, and he's going to The Hague.
International Criminal Court was holding against them. They pushed it off because they don't have evidence for it.
Against Israel?
Like, against Israel.
You showed a
Okay, evidence, you say? Sure. Transition photos of Gaza. Sure, let's do that. Gaza before and after. Here, real quick. This will be easy. No evidence, huh? Of 70% of the fucking buildings getting destroyed, Nux. Okay. This is also from The Guardian. Are these guys like some pro-Hamas fucking outfit or something? Highly doubt it. Another portion of Gaza and Nusrat. Most of it has been fucking bombed out. Port of Gaza. A lot of it has been bombed out, as you can see. Of course, these dumbasses would be incredibly dishonest and say, like, oh, well, what about those buildings up there? They're still standing, basically. But this doesn't mean they didn't fucking drop any fucking bombs on them. Like, what the fuck are you talking about here? Like, international journalist agencies can only do these fucking flybys because, again, Israel's been doing everything possible to control the fucking narrative and not let us see what's basically going on. But all these buildings are bombed out. You can't fucking live in them anymore because they've been bombed to shit. I wonder if they'll show Khan Yunis. This is Gaza City itself. But yeah, man. Totally, they didn't get, I don't know, like, bombed to shit or something. Yeah, of course, Nuxtaku. Yeah, okay, buddy.
commercial a long time ago now on your YouTube channel of like hiding like spaceships inside of buildings. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, that was... Sure. So Iran was publishing how, oh yes, the reason why they are trying their absolute best to shoot ballistic missiles into civilian territories is because there is actually a Star Destroyer hidden under this building.
Have you guys seen those commercials? Jake Powder, have you seen these commercials?
No.
No.
No, you need a link of this. No, legit. So they take these commercials and they show these buildings because they were bombing these buildings, civilian buildings. And then they would show the apartment buildings and then they would put in like actual ships from like Star Wars, like Star Crushers, like in like infrared technology that they see these like Earth level threat ships in these civilian apartments.
I think I know what Tectone is talking about. I think I vaguely know what's basically being mentioned here, and it's just like, it's basically just like a fucking meme. Like, it's just a meme to make fun of all of the Israeli claims of all of these apparently the weapons and like Hamas bases that are hidden under hospitals, because that's mostly what they're making fun of, because they're specifically making fun of let me see if I can get the fucking animations. Israeli animations of quote-unquote Hamas tunnels underground. Like, this is what they're making fun of. Israel animation Hamas tunnels underground. Let me see if I can fucking find it. Oh, hospital. Because they're claiming that it's a bunch of shit under hospitals. Here, this is a quick article here by Haaretz. This is specifically what they're talking about. Israel has been making constant fucking claims of all these quote-unquote Hamas tunnels under hospitals within Gaza. And they also had like a dumbass little animation as well. This was like stuff that was like early on from the war. Despite the fact that, again, these are in the Al-Shifa Hospital. That's the name of the fucking hospital. Which, again, has been highly disputed by independent sort of, like, claims and whatnot. But whatever. It's essentially, like, justify a bunch of, like, military operations. Very little evidence to say that that is the case. But unironically, these are also tunnels that Israel themselves also build. Yeah, Israel built a bunch of tunnels under fucking Gaza that now Hamas is using after kicking out the Israeli settlers in 2006. So, like, I don't know, man. Like, we can make the whole like dumbass fucking memes and all this like nonsense about like, look at us, we're making all this like dumbass fucking claims, talk about Hamas propaganda or like Hamas tunnels and whatnot. Oh, here, actually, I just literally found the video just right now. Here. It's this fucking video. This was the video that Israel fucking released. It's this shit. If they can replay it. But yeah, apparently this is like some 3D models from a Scottish like maritime museum. That was like the fucking the start of that animation right there was the asset pack that the Israeli army was using for Al-Shifa fucking hospital. It's this shit right here. It was so goofy. They were trying to make the claim that there's these Hamas tunnels under these hospitals so they can justify bombing hospitals, which again is illegal under international law. But okay, bro. Like, nice meme, dude. And then basically everyone else was making fun of them, saying like, oh, look at this. There's definitely a Star Destroyer that's under this fucking hospital here. Don't fucking bomb this like random dumb fucking building, Israel. That would be a darn shame if you were to do that. Basically, everyone was making fun of like Israel's like ridiculous fucking behavior. That was the point of them doing that. But I don't think Tectone knows that.
Buildings, and they're positioned with like, no, it's not an apartment room. It's actually their storage for these fighter planes with nuclear bombs on them. It is insane levels of
Palestine
propaganda.
made this commercial?
No, that was Iran.
It was Iran made that about Israel?
Palestine, they don't have the technology for that. They just basically give AK-47s to like 6-year-olds and have them scream Allahu Akbar. That's
like, brother, they're making fun of Israeli propaganda because it's fucking ridiculous. That's what they're doing.
They're
wildly
propaganda.
effective. So Iran had a commercial campaign that said Israel was hiding Star Destroyers in buildings, and that's why they were shooting those buildings.
Exactly.
It was awesome.
Would I be entirely
True.
wrong if I said I totally fucking believe that's the case?
Dude, it would be pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, do you know how much money Israel has pumped into their R&D department? There's a reason why every single chip in your PC and in your phone is developed in Israel.
Yep. Not every chip, but yeah, a lot.
Wait, so Jake, you would actually believe that there was like Star Destroyers in these civilian buildings?
It would.
No, he's joking.
Oh, okay.
What I'm saying is, I wouldn't be surprised if there were.
Oh, okay. I get you. Yeah. No, I mean these commercials are fucking hilarious.
Yeah, there is some like wacky tech coming out of Israel that like was shown off in this war.
Go to Grok and ask Grok if it's possible to build a high-end gaming PC without using any parts that were developed in Israel.
No.
Okay. Hold up. Okay. So
I know like Nvidia has like huge headquarters in Israel. But did you see I call it the Goy beam? Have you seen the?
Okay, do these guys not recognize that the reason why all these like Western companies have deals with Israel is because they are interested in AI security and tech link and shit? Wait, hold on. Do they know? Do they, guys? Do they know? Do they know? I don't. Personally, chat, I don't think that they know.
The Iron Beam.
No.
So the Iron Beam. In the Iron Beam, it's so you know what the Iron Dome is, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Iron Beam.
Yeah, so the Iron Dome is very expensive, right? Every time some fucking retard 60 IQ Houthi shoots a rocket in, you have to spend a couple $1,000s to intercept that missile, right? So obviously, the
skill
Jews don't
issue.
wanna spend that kind of money on intercepting missiles. So they developed the Goy beam, as I call it.
The Goy
Iron
beam.
which is basically it's an anti-rocket system that's purely laser-based, and it costs basically nothing to intercept missiles with lasers.
Oh, Jews would love that, wouldn't they? Jesus Christ.
Wait, so
Jews love space lasers.
I grokked this, and can I build a
Okay.
high-end gaming PC without the use of Israeli parts? And it says no. Building a true high-end PC while completely avoiding any Israeli involvement in design, R&D, manufacturing, or corporate ties is not realistically possible today. Global semiconductor supply chains are deeply interconnected, and Israel is a major hub for chip design, R&D, and some manufacturing, especially for processors critical due to high-end performance builds. That's crazy. I did not know that. That's interesting.
So just
That's why
know
they're
every
already
time
selling.
All right,
Yeah.
let's bring up the Hezbollah pagers real quick.
That was super funny.
That was insanely cool.
That was so
Dude.
fucking wild, man. That was.
Yeah,
This
attack on your-
Dude, whoa, random fucking doctors in Lebanon got fucking murdered from this dumbass fucking pager attack, because that's mostly who got killed during that terrorist attack that Israel did. Dude, it's fucking epic that all those like doctors got fucking murdered in Lebanon for literally no reason, because very often doctors use pagers in order to get notifications of, important appointments. But dude, bro, wasn't it epic when Israel did that? Dude, that was so fucking cool, guys.
Familiar with the Hezbollah pagers?
No, but I bet you'll make me familiar with it.
I will make you so familiar, it's crazy. So basically, during the after October 7th, right, Israel went to war with Gaza, with Hamas in Gaza, and then Hezbollah, which is to the north of Israel and Lebanon, started firing rockets in, as they have been for like the last 40 years. They're also funded by Iran. So they're firing rockets in, and when Israel
Now will Nuxtaku ever talk about the reason why Hezbollah was even formed to begin with? It couldn't be because of a particular invasion that was conducted by Israel 40 fucking years ago. Nah, couldn't be.
Israel starts fighting back by detonating the pagers used by hundreds of Hezbollah terrorist lieutenants, and their pages are all on their hips, so they blew the nuts off like.
Okay. You want to know who mostly died in those fucking pager attacks? It was doctors, you fucking idiot. It was not Hezbollah. The vast majority of people who died were doctors, because it's doctors who generally have a lot of fucking pagers. But does Nux care about that? No, because again, psychotic freak.
Like hundreds of lieutenants.
What?
In Hezbollah.
Wait, Powder, did you know about this?
I've heard of it, yeah.
Yeah. So the craziest part was
Powder really
it's
has not
pagers.
had
like,
much
it's
to
the old
say.
pagers that like doctors would use in like the 60s. You know, that goes beep.
Yeah.
It turns out the Mossad somehow in the manufacturing of these pagers was able to literally place physical explosives in the pagers.
No, we're fucking lagging again.
And they left it there for years until Hezbollah decided to start a war, and then they blew them all up.
I love lag. I love having random lag spikes. Very cool. Thank you, computer. Yeah, haha, man, dude, random fucking people just dying, random doctors getting fucking murdered by Israel. It's so epic, guys. Whoa, it's like epic. Big epic Israel WXD, haha. It's just like, bro, like, you're just a psychopath. Like, what else is there to really say? It's just weird. It's just very, very fucking strange. Yeah, but we're fucking lying. We gotta wait for the lag to subside because fucking dumbass game, dumbass computer mostly. Oh, there we go. Think we're good now. We're good. We're stable. We are good. We are fucking stable now. Lovely. Okay, we gotta go back a little bit.
It's the old pagers that like doctors would use in like the 60s, you know, that goes beep.
Yeah.
It turns out the Mossad somehow, in the manufacturing of these pagers, was able to literally place physical explosives in the pagers, and they left it there for years until Hezbollah decided to start a war, and then they blew them all up.
Again, what Nuxtaku's not specifically talking about here and is lying about is most of the people who got fucking killed in those pager attacks were the fucking doctors. And guess what? There are videos of this. In fact, let me go try and find some of them right now. Here we go. Here we fucking go. Here are some of the footage here and of these pager attacks. And as you are saying yourself there, Zane, Lebanese officials initially reported at least 12 deaths and roughly 3,000 injuries. Among the dead were children, including an 8-year-old a girl and an 11-year-old boy. But here's Nuxtaku saying, dude, yo, Mossad was like totally hecking epic and based for sneaking in a bunch of explosives, murdering fucking children, going after those Hezbollah fucking militants only, of course, because, like, I don't know about you guys. Does this look like an area that's, like, crowded with a bunch of fucking Hezbollah militants? I don't know. Like, why don't we take a look at this?
More details have emerged on Tuesday's unprecedented...
Dude, was that a fucking Hezbollah militant that just got, I don't know, a random pager explosion while a pager was in his bag?
Attack on Hezbollah that saw thousands of pagers explode across Lebanon, killing 9
Yeah, what
people.
a smart and really well-planned attack. Dude, wouldn't it be epic if we just stuck a bunch of random explosives in pagers and just, like, clicked a button to make them all explode? Wouldn't that be epic? And by the way, there have been Zionists, while debating with, like, Mehdi Hassan, for example, who, like, unironically threatened Mehdi Hassan with, like, a fucking pager attack. And, like, Netanyahu rewarded a fucking golden pager to guess who? Oh, that ogre John Fetterman.
And wounding nearly 3,000 others, including the group's fighters and Iran's envoy to Beirut. Israel's military has not commented on the blast, but several sources told Reuters that a plot by the country's Mossad spy agency appears to have been many months in the making. So what do we know about the attack so far? A senior...
Yeah, we don't need any additional details. All I cared about was just like this video here. Like, we can go into the details. It doesn't necessarily matter. But apparently Nuxtaku thinks that this is epic. Yeah, this looks like a location where there's a bunch of, like, Hezbollah fighters gathering in this, like, random crowded fucking market. Yeah, but totally hecking epic and based, guys.
That's so
Damn.
fucking funny.
I find it to be
It was
incredibly
the most-
concerning.
Yeah, that is fucking horrifying.
Yeah,
Do you know why they
that's
were using such
everyone's
old
freaking
tech?
out.
Why?
They were using such old tech because they're notoriously hard to hack.
Yeah.
In fact, there's an entire network of legacy computers, or legacy devices, they call them in cybersecurity, that are specifically designed. They're specifically held back in, like, a really, like, 1980s kind of computers because they lack the modern vectors that most cyber criminals use in order to gain access to foreign systems. So they purposefully use really old tech because they're almost impossible to hack now, because the tools and devices that are used for hacking these days don't know how to hack that old software and technology. That's why they typically do sometimes use really old...
Jake Moreau is correct here. One of the few things that these dumbasses are correct about, yes. Very often, in fact, actually, one of the things that the Doge did, dumbasses tried to do in order to try to quote-unquote modernize the systems within the IRS and whatnot, thus making it more vulnerable to attacks. So, again, for you Americans out there, yeah, your tax information might be more at risk because of the fucking dumbasseries, the dumbassery at fucking Doge. So, you know, just a little tidbit of information for you guys to sleep with at night. But your tax information might be at potential risk because Doge tried to update a lot of the software that was being used by the government because they were like basically too stupid to understand it. They just didn't get it because it's like it's such old tech. Like, why the fuck are we using such old tech so it doesn't get hacked, man? Like that's kind of the point. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if there was like still a bunch of manila envelopes like deep underground in a bunker somewhere in the Pentagon. That's definitely a thing that still happens.
Old computers for that.
That's actually,
Which is why they added physical explosives.
That's why they did that, yeah. Instead of, because they were
Hacking it.
worried that Israel was going to hack their pages, but Israel was just like, bam, watch this.
But Israel produced
Watch
the
this.
pager. That was a twist.
Dude, children randomly died in our hacking-based pager attack. Yo, guys, we killed 2 children in a pager attack that basically did nothing. We did a terrorism, guys. Whoa, so epic.
But the crazy thing is, it turns out that was one of the most pinpoint, strikes of all time, if you think about it.
Oh, yeah, Nux. This right here, very pinpoint,
More
little bro.
details have emerged.
Very, very fucking pinpoint attack here. Some random jabroni's fucking pager just exploding for what exactly? Meh. Yeah, the pinpoint accuracy. Yeah, very, very, very accurate, bro.
Right? They literally pinpointed the terrorist lieutenants to take out at the same time.
Yeah, Nux, we're not impressed. We're fucking terrified, bro.
yeah, that's a
I
little
think it's
scary.
so
I'm
cool.
not gonna
Listen, man,
lie.
I know that
Little button under his desk. He's
Listen, the chips in my phone know that I'm Jewish.
Oh,
The
okay.
stream deck's about to blow up. I know it.
Fuck yeah, that's I'm not gonna lie. I started looking at my PC sideways because that's a little bit fucking freaky as fuck. But
Okay,
let me
dude.
get a little bit more happy.
Killing terrorists is awesome, actually.
No, it is when it's done to do.
Yeah, listen, I guess they did a good job at pinpointing the children and also, like, random patrons at a market, Nux. Yeah, like, I mean, again, this is just, like, a psychotic, freak behavior from these fucking freaks.
Do that, but now it's like, well, man, I don't want to piss these people off.
Alright, that was incredibly psychotic, and I probably spent way too long looking at this, like, extreme nightmare blunt rotation of these, like, extremely violent schizophrenics and neo-Nazi fucking freaks in Nuxtaku, Tectone, Jake Monroe, and fucking Powder. I regret everything. I mean, honestly, Powder didn't even really say much of anything. She didn't really impart anything into the conversation, to be honest. Mostly because, like, she probably doesn't really know much of anything, which is why she gets called a grifter, because she's just doing this for audience capture. That's, like, literally it, because I guess she has, like, no other interesting content besides, guys, I'm a white elf and I'm racist. It's just like, oh, here, I am a far righter who's getting his rocks off hard on that, because I don't have any other fucking interesting content. I mean, Jake Monroe, we know why he's a far-right little freak, because, again, he groomed his fucking girlfriend. Many people in a part of the goth scene have let me know about that, and there's various Reddit threads that have also corroborated this story. He groomed his fucking girlfriend, and as a byproduct of the breakup there, he became a far-right little weirdo, and Tectone is a far-right grifter because of, again, the protective order that Pink Shoe got on him successfully because he's a fucking rapist and a stalker, and Nuxtaku is a fucking child groomer, or facilitated an environment where it was much easier for children to get groomed through EPI, or early porn introduction. Nicandro's video was standing, of course. But yeah, these guys are a fucking gaggle of freaks. They should be made fun of and criticized in every which way possible. And as expected, should you really be surprised that these dumbasses basically have, like, literally no fucking idea what they're talking about when they're, like, I don't know, talking about any particular topic whatsoever? I, for one, am not surprised by that whatsoever. Don't think there's really much else to say besides these guys are a bunch of fucking freaks. Jesus. Like, even just to, like, do the debunkings into some of this stuff, like, because of just the amount of fucking lies, the sheer amount of lies, is kind of insane. Kind of wild, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, it's like, it's 2 seconds of research, but that's like, it's a lot. Like, you have to do it a lot. And, like, I'm not even doing anything special. I'm looking at the AI overview, and the AI overview is not going to be perfect either way. But even, like, the AI overview, it just says, like, yeah, you guys are just fucking wrong. Like, you're just wrong. These people are psychos, and they're wrong. Like, it's incredible to me. Oh, perfect. We just got a fucking nice spike right on time before I started my next fucking video segment of El Dunkery Doos. But yes, the dunkings will continue until morale improves, as we all know, folks. And that's the new content arc that we're mostly going to be engaging with. Mostly because there's, like, not as much, like, news going on that's, like, particularly, like, massive or incredible. Like, I mean, there's something we could talk about. I mean, we're going to talk about some stuff here. We're going to talk about mostly Troy Jackson winning the primary within Maine. So he's going to be the official Democratic representative of Maine. Thank God. The Democrats did not do any rack fucking. So there's that. But dude, this basic logic guy, in terms of his fucking growth, has been in-fucking-sane. Because it's, like, perfect. It's just, like, constant schizophrenic lies and conspiracy theories that align exactly with the far right in a very condensed, short format with a very simple animation template of probably artwork that he's made himself to do his, like, mentally ill fucking dog shit propaganda. But yeah, I mean, that's like the thing with like a lot of these guys, right, Zane? Like, I mean, if you have a computer and you can do like quick, like 30-second Google searches when you're like debating with these people, you can like pretty much like instantaneously debunk a lot of the fucking bullshit that they say, because it's like blatant and obvious that they're just liars, and they're very lazy about it. If my dumbass can do it, right? And that's like kind of the problem with like a lot of BreadTubers now, and why the format's like not like dead per se, but it's not as like effective as it used to be. But basically, it's not that like it's a bad thing necessarily, like what the video essayists do. It's like you just don't have to put in all that much effort spending months to make like these very well produced, like well made, well researched fucking videos in order to debunk these idiots, because it's like so easy to fucking debunk all their nonsense because it's so blatant and obvious to see just how big of fucking liars these people are. And it's gotten to the point where it's just like, okay, I'll just look at the AI overview for this shit and just be like, wow, you're wrong because of this. Can we not fucking be lagging anymore, you dumb fucking computer? You dog shit fucking pile of garbage that I'm operating with here? It is never this bad. It's only when I'm streaming and I'm playing fucking video game while streaming. I don't even know what on earth is making this bad. Honestly, maybe on the fucking PNG shit that I'm doing here that may be making it fucking freak out, which I don't really see why that would be the case, but whatever. Jesus, this one's like particularly being egregious right now. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you, bro? Bro, I'm just trying to make my tractor vehicle paths, and I can't because everything's gone to shit, bro. What the fuck? Well, I mean, that's the strategy there as outlined by Steve Bannon, of course. It's the flood the zone strategy. Throw so much shit at the fucking wall that eventually something's gonna stick. Because guess what? It's like Moore's law, right? The amount of time it takes to debunk bullshit is just, it takes twice as long, or about twice as long, as it would is needed in order to be able to debunk all that shit in comparison to put it out. Which PNG app are you using? I am using Video Mini. I think that's what it's called. VideoTube Mini. That's what it is. It's either that or it's like Fugi, I think you can also use as well. But I did not get Fugi to work. Fugi was not working for me for some reason. Probably something to do with the browser link that it was using. It was not... Stream Elements was not liking it, probably, if I were to take a guess. I don't think it's the app. I think it might be something. It might be a combination of factors. I don't know what it's causing this, like... Because when I go to check Task Manager, I look at my fucking memory and everything. It's totally fine. So I'm not 100% certain what's causing it. There we go. Finally. Jesus. That was particularly bad. Alright, cool. It's just constant hiccups like that. It's very, very, very irritating. Oh boy. Thank you, Boy Meets Mini. So what the fuck are you doing here, Boy Meets Mini? Fuck you. You just missed our big old Nux Taku segment. Oh man. I remember just using a plug and straight through OBS. That's what I do. Way less RAM and CPU strain. God, I think I know what plug you're referencing to. What's the name of the plug? I think I know what it is. Because that was also when I was like, you know, looking up how to make the shit work. I knew it was coming. No, I didn't. Clearly not. Clueless. These fucking putty spammers. Well, see, I delayed starting my fucking initial segment because of your fucking potential to raid me, bastard. But whatever. Fuck you, Boy Meets Mini. I also use quick CPU for better core parking, probably packing, more stable performance. I don't think I have those options available to me because I mean this is just like a third-party application. The only reason why I'm using it is because it was something that was really quick and really easy. That's, like, really about it. I mean, it's effective. It gets the job done, right? I can't remember, but it's literally a sound gate for an image. Yeah, I mean it's the same thing with this third-party application. It's basically you set up a sound gate for an image, and you can add the little wiggles. Basically, that's shit I added myself through this application itself. When the sound gate gets activated. God, the fucking snapping feature is really fucking with me here. It's so bad sometimes, but it's whatever. Who cares? We don't need to make the right turn there. It's unnecessary. There's another roundabout done. Oh, 2 in the morning. Okay. Should probably keep going. Now that we're not going to get disrupted by a Boy Meets Mini. Thank God. Very cool. Fantastic. Excellent. Alright. Let's start with this stuff. I haven't gone over this jabroni in a while here, but we got basic logic here. And this video in particular caught my interest. And he's basically saying that, man, why did apparently millions of people, quote unquote, support Nazism? Okay, I can answer that question actually. The reason for that is, generally speaking, because of the collapse and the fall of the Weimar Republic. Because the Weimar Republic, in terms of its like general sort of like liberal construction, was highly ineffective in being able to mitigate the massive economic problems that the Treaty of Versailles, as a byproduct of Germany's loss within World War I, brought upon, well, Germany specifically. And as a result, Hitler came in and said, I'm going to fix all the problems of Germany. Became an authoritarian strongman, which the liberals, well, the SPD specifically speaking, within the Weimar Republic did not have an effective counterbalance to, as a byproduct of the failed. God damn it, we're having the fucking lag again. God, this is so fucking annoying. I hate this shit. God damn it. This is very, very irritating. I think I might just have to fucking stop playing the game. Because of this shit. It's only when I'm just playing the game and I'm on stream, for whatever reason. Then it starts behaving like this. Otherwise, it's like totally fine. There's like no problems whatsoever. It's just, I think it's just something with the game. Yes, that is true. And there we go. It's instantaneously we are a brute. This game is poorly optimized. Yada yada yada. Okay, well we're just gonna have to fucking take this from the top. That is true. Factorio is very well optimized. It just became a laggy mess for me when I was in my current save for one reason and one reason only, because I just had way too many fucking goddamn planets. And the game was just like, okay, there are way too many fucking entities that I have to keep constantly loading over and over and over again. Yes, I did mod it like Skyrim. It had like 200 plus mods or something. But it was still running very, very well. Alright, anywho. Let's start with this shit. So I came across this video here from Basic Logic, who we've not talked about for a little bit of a while now, and it instantaneously caught my eye. I think that the thumbnail was unironically his like illustration of Hitler in the thumbnail saying, "Was he right?" No, he was not right. He was actually wrong. And as for the title of this video, it says, "Why did millions actually support Nazism?" Okay, I can answer that question. The reason is because of the failures of the Weimar Republic and the ineffective, like, liberal governance being brought by the SPD as a byproduct of them crushing the KPD in their attempt to do the revolution within 1923, which was a complete disaster because it was just kind of half-baked, for lack of a better term. To put as much of a TLDR as possible on this, basically it was a completely half-baked revolution by the KPD that not even the Soviet Union even supported themselves. But then again, the Soviet Union was more like depressed about the fact that the support that they had within the revolution, attempt at a revolution within Spain happened, and, you know, as a byproduct of that failure, oh, whoa, crazy, the USSR decided to self-isolate itself. Anywho, memes aside, as a byproduct of the highly ineffective liberal governance and the Treaty of Versailles being such a massive economic strainer upon the Germans, causing hyperinflation and the collapse of the fucking economy, the reason for as to why people ended up supporting Nazism is because Hitler came in saying that he was going to fix everything, rip up the Treaty of Versailles, which most German people saw as the main reason for their immiseration, and as a byproduct of that decided to support Hitler based off of that. It wasn't because of, like, the anti-Semitism and all this bullshit. He, like Trump, similarly, he promised that he was going to fix all the problems that were happening within Germany at the time, by what exactly? Tearing up the treaty and just, like, well, essentially rebuilding and, quote-unquote, making Germany great again, for lack of a better term. Anywho, what does this fucking idiot have to say?
Another testimony. I was held down by the men as they each took turns to orally and rape me. The men hit me repeatedly, threatened to...
Oh, are we doing, like, Rupert Lowe fucking rape gang shit? Okay, we'll say this again. Did the UK government, for some reason, cover up a bunch of grooming gangs or rape gangs within the United Kingdom? Yes. But is it to the extent that Rupert Lowe alleged? No. Like, for whatever reason, like, the UK is particularly touchy on this fucking subject. Why? I have no idea. We can only make assumptions and guesses. But is it to the extent that Rupert Lowe is alleging? No, it is not.
Find me, kill me, and harmed my loved ones. Another, it started when I was 13. I was raped by probably about 600 or 700 different men over 3 years. Another, the main clash that I kind of had with the religion side of it was I grew up as a Christian. I would wear my cross because it was something really special to me. They said, "Where is your God now? Has your God forsaken you?" I remember a man opening the back of a van and I saw 15, 20 girls locked in dog cages. Another, dogs were brought in and I couldn't move at all. There were men around me, making bets on whether the dog could actually rape me or not. And yes, I was raped by a dog. The man just held my face, stared me down straight in the eyes, and he wanted to see me break, and he did.
What's happened to you, right?
That's pretty bad. I mean, that's pretty bad. A lot of bad witness testimony there. Yeah. I don't disagree with this. Sure.
You've been stabbed. You've been stabbed? Whereabouts? Don't think you have, mate.
So that's Henry Novick. Again, what these motherfuckers are trying to say as quote-unquote white George Floyd. So should I really be surprised that this is what Basic Logic is essentially trying to, I don't know, use as like a main catalyst for, I don't know, like the quote-unquote the Nazi takeover of Britain or some shit? I can only assume. I mean, it's just fucking nonsense, dude.
Nah, keep you on your side, mate. At the moment, you are under arrest. That's for assault. So you do not have to say anything, may harm defence. If you do not mention one question, so we'll switch you later on in court. Anything you do say may be given evidence, alright?
Get off him, you f***ing rat!
An attempted beheading on the streets of Belfast. The victim, barely alive, as bystanders attempt...
I'm gonna once again say the dude who committed the fucking crime of the attempted beheading should go without saying. It was a Sudanese man who was born in Great Britain, again, a naturalized fucking citizen within Britain, because the dad migrated up to Britain from Sudan. But again, these guys will just say that, oh, it was a migrant who did that. It's like, that's not accurate. It's just not true.
To buy precious time, with police already on their way.
By the way, nationalism is not going to fucking fix any of these problems. If you don't want fucking migrants to be coming into your fucking goddamn country, and I don't understand how hard it is for these fucking troglodytes to understand that, there's a simple saying. It's called the rising tide raises all ships. If you don't want a bunch of fucking migrants to come into your pristine Western fucking countries, whatever the fuck that means, maybe, just maybe, you shouldn't be fucking with all these poorer countries and incentivizing a bunch of migrants to come up to try to get a, better life for themselves. But whatever, none of these people care about that.
In the modern consciousness, there are two National Socialisms. One is Hollywood's version, a cartoonish evil led by Satan personified, and the other is the historical ideology that persuaded millions. In school...
Jesus fucking Christ, bro. Okay. Dude, what the fuck, man? Okay, basic logic. Nazism was actually kind of bad, dude. It took a lot of, like, propaganda in order to justify the fucking positions that the Nazis ended up eventually taking. Like, it was a lot of propaganda to essentially brainwash the populace in order to go alongside with all that. Now, has the I don't know, the current institutions done anything effectively in order to say the reasonings for as to why Nazism is bad? No, because unfortunately it would have some implications for a lot of those other fucking nation states in terms of their own fucking genocidal, potentially fascistic and colonial fucking actions. So unfortunately that's too much of an uncomfortable bridge for a lot of these Western societies to cross. And as a byproduct, yeah, there was never, like, much effective propaganda to push back on the main reasonings for as to why Nazism is bad. So I guess we should just talk about why Nazism, or nationalism and fascism is generally speaking quite bad. So the reason why it's bad is because it's not going to be an effective system for essentially bringing what these guys want. The essential just... a creation of, like, some form of fucking ethno-state under a particular religious or ethnic fucking group. And a lot of this is based off of ethnic and religious lines, very often. Although it's not always religious lines, it depends. Like, for example, the Nazis themselves were pagans. But it depends, obviously, on the construction, depending on the region. It varies place to place. But the ethnic line always fucking remains. In every instance where there was ethno-states that were attempted to be built, it always causes an inherent instability, because eventually, if the individuals in power do not see you as being absolutely fucking perfect in terms of the ethnic lines that they're looking for, they will eventually keep killing their own over and over and over again in a metaphorical Ouroboros, which is an inherently unstable system. It will always collapse in on itself. And by the way, when a lot of fascists tend to take over the state, they do not tend to be very good at running states. For example, look at Cast in Chile. He is the son of neo-Nazis. And as a byproduct of that, he's not very, very fucking bright. He got into power in Chile, and literally within the first 2 weeks of him being in power, his approval rating immediately tanked. All of the fucking austerity and privatization measures he tried were immediately fucking unpopular, and there were already fucking protests on the streets of Chile. So, yeah, when people say that fascists are not very effective at fucking governance, yeah, that's what they fucking mean. Because inherently, the system that they believe in, the inherently violent system that they believe in, is not stable. It needs violence to constantly perpetuate itself. Nazi Germany needed violence in order to perpetuate itself, which is always going to be an inherently unstable, a destabilizing, not unstabilizing, a destabilizing factor when it comes to building an effective state.
We are taught the Hollywood version. Hitler's speeches kept untranslated so that we cannot contend with his arguments. And when asked, given how evil he was, why did millions follow him? Do you only—
Wait, what do you mean, like, untranslated? What? Are you having a contention with the translation? And wait, was it Hollywood the main people who fucking translated Hitler's speeches? Wasn't it German scholars who mostly— okay, whatever. I mean, basic logic's just going to do his, like, anti-Semitic, like, conspiracism, as always.
The reply we get is, because he spoke well. Therefore, in this video, I'm breaking down the historical—
It's like, no, that's not the reason. Like, Hitler did not speak well. He was a ranting and raving fucking lunatic. All he did was just, like, rant. That's it. That his positions were completely and utterly fucking coherent. He basically would blame Jews for scientific theories that were proven back in the 1800s. Like, hello? He's not a sound speaker. He's a fucking ranting and raving psychopath.
National Socialism, to answer why so many supported it, specifically the national—
This video is not a defense of National Socialism, and is for educational purposes anyways, only. Okay, buddy. Yeah, sure. Buddy literally was, like, mentioning fucking Hollywood, and doing, like, the whole demonization of Hollywood thing right at the beginning of this. Okay, buddy. Yeah, sure. Okay. I'll totally believe you. For sure. Yeah, of course.
Aspect. And if you enjoyed the video, consider subscribing. If this video gets a lot of support, I'll make a part 2 focusing on the economic aspect.
No one should subscribe to this fucking lunatic.
Nationalism means to prioritize the interests of your nation. But what is meant by nation? This question was central in the past, and is central yet again with the immigration crisis. The purpose of a nation is to offer a common identity to—
Wait, immigration crisis? Wait, but Trump said there is no immigration going across— Wait, hold on. Is he talking about in Europe? Is there an immigration crisis within Europe? Buddy, I don't know how many times this has to be told to you fucking, like, schizophrenics, but the Syrian refugee crisis, that shit happened, like, 12 years ago. And, again, guess who took in the vast majority of the fucking migrants? It was the Turks, the Lebanese, and the Jordanians. They are the ones who took in about, like, 90% of the Syrians that were displaced as a byproduct of the Syrian civil war. The only nations, or the only 2 European nations that took about 6 digits worth of migrants were, I think, the Swedish and also the Germans. Every other European nation did not take in that many. So, like, again, what waves of immigration are we fucking talking about here? Are we talking about all the African migrants that are coming up through the Sahara from the sub-Saharan subcontinent of Africa? Is that what we mean then? And okay, well, that's just a byproduct of the destabilizations in those countries by the fucking French. So, like, because of the maintenance of their neo-colonial fucking systems. Like, so, again, like, if you want blame to go around, there is blame to go around. Sure. You blame fucking colonialism. Not, like, attribute this all to fucking nationalism or whatever. Like, I mean, it's just fucking stupid.
To ensure social cohesion. Therefore, whoever can offer the most coherent interpretation of a nation gains massive support. There are 3 competing views. The first, civic nationalism, the belief that the state's institutions are the nation. The nation is as large as the state's jurisdiction, and to be a national means to be in contract with the state. In this view, the criminals in the introductory clips are fellow countrymen who simply broke the law. Civic nationalism is both the modern West's and the Weimar era's dominant view, and was actually a key difference between fascism and National Socialism. In fascism, nothing exists outside the state, and that includes the nation. But to the National Socialist, and in fact most historical ideologies, the state is seen as just a product of a nation, not the other way around. Additionally, while it's easy to whip up nationalist loyalties for your people and your way of life, it's absurd to get someone to be loyal to a DMV. Second, cultural...
Okay, what? Yeah, he thinks Nazis aren't fascists. Yes, he immediately did the, he did the fucking meme. No, like, it was very, very clear that the Nazis were fucking fascists. Unironically, in terms of their... I mean, he's not focusing on the economic system. He's specifically only, like, looking at fucking nationalism. But very often, in terms of what Nazism is, it came out of somewhere, basic logic. It came out of fascism. Nazism is the ideological fucking conclusion of fascism. And yes, that is also true, Boy Meets Mini. These definitions are also fake. It's not particularly particular types. It all runs together in a congruent fucking line, a logical sort of like a logical sort of through line to get to a conclusion. That, of course, being, well, Nazism.
Nationalism. This is the belief that a nation is defined by its customs, language, and similar. The nation's borders are defined by its cultural impact, and a national is an adherent of the culture. In this view, the criminal...
What the fuck does borders have to do with any of that stuff? Like, borders are just, like, again, arbitrary systems that we came up with. We, as human beings, decided to come up with borders arbitrarily. Because borders used to change all the fucking time, despite whatever culture was in all of these, like, various, like, kingdoms and nation-states that used to exist in the past. Like, there's nothing synonymous with particular borders being in existence with also, like, cultural nationalism. I guarantee you, if you go to, like, the borderlands of fucking Germany, between, like, the borders of Poland and Germany, I guarantee you there's going to be people who are fucking German speakers that exist within those border towns. Guaranteed. And they're going to be, like, Polish fucking citizens. But they have German fucking customs and beliefs, and they practice German fucking traditions. That's a thing that happens really, really fucking common. So, again, like, using borders as, like, a hard line to make distinctions of what, like, cultural osmosis and cultural engagement basically is fucking stupid.
Criminals in the introductory clips are an example of a failed attempt at assimilation. Cultural nationalism suffers a similar critique as before. Culture is a product of a people.
It's very convenient how the little stick figure guy doing the stabbings is always, like, some migrant stabbing white people. But okay, man. Very, very convenient.
Not the cause. This position only gained traction recently as a halfway point between civic nationalism and the third nationalist position with which the Nazis agree. It exists as a compromise because adherents concur that civic nationalism is self-refuting, but see the alternative as too extreme. You often...
Well, no, the byproduct is... Okay. Yeah, dude, every fucking communist says, let's import all the third world. Very, very common position amongst communists. But no, it's the optical position for these people to quote-unquote be cultural nationalists. And again, like, the fucking idea of it is, it's just nonsensical. Yeah, dude, the borders are what basically indicate what these sort of, basically what indicate the fucking culture of people. Again, go to, like, border towns in the southern border of the United States of America. They're not going to be any different than a bunch of fucking villages in Mexico. Guaranteed. And very many of them will have the exact same culture, traditions as that in fucking Mexico. As, like, fucking Tijuana, for example. Tijuana, massive border city between Mexico and also, the United States of America. And I guarantee you, all the cultures and traditions of that city from Mexico have bled into and combined to create some form of, like, cultural osmosis between both that of America and also Mexico. Like, I mean, Tex-Mex is a fucking thing, bro. Like, do you know about Tex-Mex? There's a very, very common thing that happens here. But whatever, it's fucking stupid. But basic logic doesn't give a fuck about any of that because, again, we're dealing with a fucking Nazi here. Also, like, does this guy not know, like you said, Boy Meets Me, 20th century communists were extremely isolationist? Because of the fact that, Stalin was salty about the fact that the German Revolution in 1923 was a fucking failure, alongside of the Spanish Revolution in the early fucking 30s, and as a byproduct of that, he decided to isolate himself and not become an internationalist anymore. Like, bro just got mad about the fact that he offered basically very little support in terms of the revolutionaries in both of those particular instances and became an isolationist as a byproduct. And they didn't really want to, like, quote-unquote, import all the third world. But again, since we're dealing with a Nazi here, he's going to do the whole, like, fucking great replacement theory memes and just, like, straw man positions of what the left is. It's fucking stupid, dude.
See cultural nationalism in politics when people are arguing against mass immigration on the basis of trying to preserve...
also, like, by the way, also, like, literally no leftist fucking argues like this and is, like, dumb fuck animation. The only reason why, again, a lot of far-righters do the cultural nationalist position, this is my overall, like, point that I wanted to talk about. The reason why they do this is because, optically speaking, nobody likes Nazism and thinks that Nazism is kind of bad. It turns out, like, the liberal principles that have built America throughout centuries at this point in time are inherent fucking pushbacks against a highly authoritarian fucking systems, like what you basically want, basic logic.
Of a nation's customs or language. The third position is popular nationalism, the belief that a nation is defined by its people, that individuals connected through a shared heritage have aligned incentives similar to a family, allowing for high-trust societies. In this view, the criminals in the introductory...
That's just not how that works, but sure, man, totally, yeah. Barbaric invaders are all coming in to stab your women and, like, I don't know, rape your women and stab your men. There we go, that's the fucking saying. Yeah, totally, this is a thing that's very, very much so happening.
Cliques are seen as invaders, and those who open the gates for them are seen as traitors. Popular nationalism is the historical...
So again, that's the idea of the Great Replacement theory. It's a nonsense theory. There is just no evidence to indicate that liberal institutions are importing the third world in order to have them murder the native population and essentially integrate and replace the native population within a nation. That's just, again, not happening.
Historically dominant view, and the one National Socialists preached. Unlike the other two options, popular nationalism is not self-refuting. After all, you need...
Again, the Great Replacement theory stuff was something, like, that's not exactly accurate, but he's doing a little bit of, like, something that's never good to do amongst historians, and that is implementing modern contexts into, well, into, like, historical sort of times. Again, was there a huge migrant wave in 1930s Germany, in Weimar Germany? Was there like a massive, I don't know, migrant wave of Muslims and Africans or something? Was that happening back then? As far as I could tell, no. They specifically mostly focused them on Jewish people as a fucking scapegoat to use that as an explainer for as to why everything is going to economic shit. Similar to what Trump is doing. But this time he's using it, he's hyper-fixating on all the migrants that exist within America. Like, I mean, again, it's just fucking stupid. Like, it's not the same thing. It's got similar fucking through lines, but the essential sort of rhetorical tact is the exact same. It's all a lie. It's nonsense. And it's scapegoating for the express purpose of being able to explain away why everything is getting worse in a palatable sense for a constituency to essentially glam on and go along with. Yeah, like, Jewish people have been in Europe for fucking centuries, but does basic logic care about that? No.
People before you have a nation. And you can't argue that after being founded, the nation becomes its own independent thing, because if you remove the people, the nation stops existing. If you replace the people in
Wait, okay, how would you justify then, like the Roman Empire, or like empires of old then? Like, if you remove all the Romans, would the Roman Empire no longer be a thing? Like, immediate fucking question. No, that's fucking ridiculous. The Roman Empire had God knows how many fucking people inducted into the fucking empire, not only as a byproduct of Romanization, and Latinization, which is a very, very common thing that happened with a lot of the people that they would conquer. It happened very, very commonly. But it was able to maintain itself mostly through, again, something I explained before, civic nationalism, through the institutions, through the army that existed in order to maintain the fucking empire. Obviously, it ended up fucking collapsing in on itself because it was too big and it couldn't sustain itself. Just couldn't, right? So you have to ask yourself this question, or say like kingdoms or whatever. If you removed all the I don't know, like Germans from the Holy Roman Empire, would the Holy Roman Empire sort of inherently collapse? Probably not, because like these are like distinctions that don't necessarily really matter during those times. Like, there wasn't like the same sort of like cultural sort of signifiers that exist now, or in like later contexts that essentially like were used to maintain the systems of those like kingdoms in place. Like, does it, broadly speaking, kind of make sense what I'm saying here? Like, it doesn't really fucking matter at all what sort of like cultural identifier, like the nation that a person sort of adheres to when they're living in a fucking state. That doesn't matter. It's about like the construction of the institutions needed in order to maintain that. I mean, if you remove the entire population of a fucking nation, it's going to collapse because of other reasons, not because of like a degradation of their culture or a degradation of like I was gonna say like borders or whatever. Like, no, it's not the fucking reasoning. If like you got rid of like all the Germans in Germany, it would fucking collapse because there's like no one to work the machines for the factories or whatever, or no one to, in order to be able to go and work all of the machines at the fucking office jobs. That's what would cause it to collapse. No one would be making money anymore, and the economy would not be able to go, and it would fucking collapse. But whatever. Yeah, what does German identity even mean anyways? You have significant language differences between Westphalia and Bavaria. For example, Mustache Man himself spoke Austrian dialect. Yeah, that's true, Boy Meets Mini. Again, like, since we're dealing with a Nazi, again, these distinctions basically get all sort of, like, melded into, like, some fucking amalgam in order to justify their idiotic ideology.
A nation, you get a new nation. Culture and institutions are created and maintained by its people. This is self-evident. Therefore, assimilation...
Also, what the fuck is this example with the ship of Theseus? No one's making that fucking example. Like, if I replace the fucking, what, a hull of a ship with a tank, that means it's gonna float? No one fucking thinks that, you dumbass. Because, like, tanks are not meant to float on water. Unless there are tanks that are designed to float on water. Which there are some. This is a very terrible example here. Yeah, this is something that's very self-evident. That's true, Boy Meets Mini. Yeah, totally.
Can only be reliably expected from those of a similar heritage. While assimilation might be possible for exceptional individuals of a distant heritage, to expect it to be possible at scale is foolish. If they could integrate into a society like ours, then they would have created...
Bro, what the fuck is this, like, Sonnen Rad-esque fucking meme? What the fuck? Why are we doing this? The immigrants in question. Does Basic Logic not know why a bunch of the settlers ended up running to the Americas? Does he know? Does he know? Also, let's not pay attention to all of the to the Mexican Empire, you know, that had a bunch of like of the most prominent US states that now currently exist that used to have them under their banner. Like, imagine if the Mexican Empire was like restored nowadays and America lost California and Texas and a good portion of the southwest parts of America. Yeah, I don't think that would be particularly great. Oh yeah, it would be the richest country on Earth for sure. Absolutely, Boy Meets Mini, the Mexican Empire. But I don't tell Basic Logic that. He probably would have a schizophrenic conniption about it.
Created a society like ours. After World War I, Germans suffered a similar national mismatch as today. They were forced to be part of other nations' jurisdictions, while non-Germans were granted power and influence in their country. The Austrian-born Hitler himself was an illegal immigrant in Germany, and when confronted he declared, "What matters more, my German blood or my passport?" The failure and self-contradicting nature...
Okay. Wait, did Hitler even have a fucking passport? Wait, did he get... Was there even, like, an ice during, like, Weimar Germany or something? What the fuck are we talking about here, dude? What does that matter? Like, okay. Yeah, like, there wasn't a fucking unified Germany until Bismarck. Like, does Basic Logic not understand any of the history of, like, what led to the German Confederation? Does he not know about, like, the Holy Roman Empire? And how much of a hodgepodge mismatch, like, complete shit show that was? Of, like, fiefdoms, competing with one another? And how there's been, like, constant, like, border changes and even, like, Austro-Hungarian rulers within the Holy Roman Empire at particular points in times, like fucking Habsburgs and all this shit, and like the constant like border changes. Like, for fuck's sake, the Netherlands used to be Spanish at a point in time as well because of like various like political marriages. This is a very common thing that used to happen during these times, and that was back during the 1700s, for fuck's sake. But like, this jabroni over here doesn't really fucking understand that because he doesn't care about being accurate with European history.
Nature of civic nationalism is part of the reason for the rise of the Nazis. Today, people avoid popular nationalism despite its logical stance because they don't want to agree with Hitler. But we did not go on oxygen strikes just because a bad person also breathes. We can
That's fucking stupid. No one fucking thinks like this, by the way. No one's going on a fucking oxygen strike because Hitler used to drink, like, not drink, but, like, breathe oxygen. That's fucking stupid. No one thinks like this. This is a complete fucking straw man here.
Accept the self-evidently true elements of an ideology without fully embracing it. But if we refuse to and continue in our delusions, we give ammunition to those who wish to hasten its return.
Yeah, man, totally. But it's not because of the current economic woes that we have right now. It's because of like great replacement theory bullshit and black people doing a bunch of crime on the streets. Because that's what this, unironically, this guy's position actually is. He thinks that the far right is making a resurgence because of the great replacement theory. And there's just like a massive fucking crime wave that's happening within America, which is, again, a bunch of fucking hooey and nonsense. That's not the reason why. It's because of, economic problems within America that a strong man essentially decided to ride the coattails of in order to get back into power. Similar to a certain funny mustachioed man that used to exist back during the 1930s, which is why the comparisons are rather fucking accurate. But does basic logic engage with that in any sort of honest sense? No, not at all. Because, again, he supports the funny mustachioed man in Hitler, of course. But whatever. Who cares about what this like fucking dumbass has to say? His recounting of history in order to justify his positions was terrible to begin with. To basically begin with, and he, generally speaking, has like literally no idea what he's talking about in terms of the sort of like quote unquote logical through lines in terms of why millions of people supported Nazism. It's not to do anything with fucking nationalism because of popular nationalism or cultural nationalism. That's nonsense. It's a bunch of hooey. There was not giant migrant waves causing cultural osmosis within Germany that was causing it to be unstable. No, it was because of the fucking economy, stupid. That's like literally it. And it's the exact same thing that also happened here in America. So, and it's in fact happening fucking everywhere because, again, we're essentially living in the second Gilded Age. But this dumbass will never engage with that. Oh, honestly, I'm going to be... if I do see the release of the economic arguments as well, I'm more curious about that. I'll see if he fucking released that and cover it at another time. Because I'm curious to see what he says there. Because that's the actual reason for as to why the Nazis and fascism, generally speaking, rises. It's an ineffective liberal state who does not know how to deal with the economic woes and problems that a country is going through, allowing room for a fascist authoritarian to be able to take advantage of that and dupe a bunch of people into, believing in a bunch of like far-right bullshit. That's the actual reasoning. But the basic logic will never engage with that because he's a propagandist and is a Nazi. It should really go without saying. So yeah, all this like nonsense about like cultural and civic nationalism, that's not the main reasoning for as to why, or popular nationalism, whatever that exactly means. That's not the reason why millions decided to support Nazism. It was because of the economy, stupid. But I'm not really expecting anything less from this wannabe, like this dumbass over here. Not a wannabe, but like this dumbass fucking freak over here who constantly has to lie and make strawmans of people in order to, I don't know, convey his fucking goddamn arguments. Don't think there's really much else to say besides that. Okay. We're not done yet. We're gonna grab water. Because I want to grab some water. And then we will be continuing with our shenanigans, for lack of a better term. I spent too long talking about the fucking Nox Taku shit. God damn it, son of a bitch. Whatever. Anyway, gamers, I will be right back and grab water, and then we'll continue talking about the topics in the title. Ay, 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 ay. Alright. We're back. It's time to deploy big old Troy. Alright, let's get started with this stuff. I do have to be up at a normal time tomorrow because yeah, my dad's coming over to drop some stuff off for me. Yay! I'm gonna get some, I don't know what it's called in English exactly, but it's called ikre in Romanian. It's like a caviar thing, basically. It's really good. My mom makes some homemade versions of it. It's very, very good. Very good. Ay, 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 ay. Alright, time to begin. Troy Jackson bros, are we so back? Are we so here? We are so back and we are so ready. It appears that any form of rat fucking attempt by the Democratic Party was, well, basically, well, not averted per se, but the process was followed in the Democratic Party, and Troy Jackson coming out on top, aka the Bernie endorsed candidate in the main gubernatorial race. He ended up not winning that, unfortunately, but now he's running for Senate for the Democratic Party and is going to be the one participating in the general election. And this was the special election of the delegations within Maine, where this is okay. Honestly, brothers, this is some fucking Assad numbers right here. He did not win 19 fucking delegates. He won about 98, like 96% of fucking delegates. These are this right here is some fucking Assad numbers. It is incredible. I'm just very surprised the Democrats decided not to do any rat fucking. Basically putting in some random DNC, DCCC, like approved fucking candidate in order to run against Susan Collins, who definitely would have fucking lost. And it was like sweeps all across Maine. Like there was like so many reports and tweets of basically Troy Jackson just like constantly getting dub after dub after dub in terms of the Maine delegate race for the Senate nomination in Maine. It was like not even fucking close. I know that also Troy Jackson, he's like a labor guy, he's a progressive. He's like a pretty solid candidate overall. Nothing to like particularly complain about. And I think he also used to be the other candidates were nowhere near. He also used to have endorsements, I think, from DSA, or was I don't know if he was a part of DSA, but he used to be endorsed by DSA. I think maybe in the gubernatorial campaign. I'm not 100% certain. I've not checked that. But he also had endorsements from DSA as well. So, I mean, I think he's like a pretty solid candidate overall. I think he'll do quite well. And in polling in against Susan Collins, in all the polls that have been run with Troy Jackson at the top of the ticket, so far he was like winning out in comparison to every other fucking candidate that was also running for this particular position. And just to like go over some of the positions that he agrees with. So as like a progressive, he agrees with Medicare for all, not one who helps get Medicaid pay for tax cuts for billionaires. So in terms of like The main progressive bona fide, he's already pretty solid in terms of like Medicare for all. He thinks that the U.S. should have public health care, because I guess I think this is a debate between all of the other candidates trying to get the fucking delegates that Troy Jackson ended up getting sweeping for. Oh, and this is the other point I also wanted to bring up. He's also constantly won in a bunch of like Republican-led districts. He's basically run for every sort of seat within Maine's legislature, and he always went up against Republicans, and he always won. Like the state senate, the state house, everything. And he consistently fucking won against Republican opponents. So for all like the blue MAGA weirdos who are just like, a progressive can't win against Republicans in a purple state. Yeah, okay, nice meme, dude. Here's Troy Jackson literally just like RKOing all you fucking people. But, you know, more of the fucking policies. He thinks that that ICE should be basically abolished. Yes, that's a good point, Boy Meets Mini. He was a Republican years ago. Who gives a shit about any of that? That's true. Honestly, that should be perfect for all these like blue MAGA fucking weirdos, but it's not for some reason. I wonder why. But yeah, he thinks that ICE should be abolished because, again, she must be held accountable for enabling their deadly racist violence in our streets. Should really go without saying. Unironically, a Mainer was killed on the street. I forget the fucking name. It's a 26-year-old who had his 3-year-old literally witness him getting killed by ICE officers. That happened unironically within Maine. I forget the name of the fucking guy. But it doesn't really matter. I did a fucking video about this. Because, again, we're talking about ICE here. They're a bunch of impetuous wannabe marauders. If they could just, like, rape and pillage and just kill people, they will fucking do it. They don't give a shit. And the one I was the most curious about was, of course, Israel. Because he didn't really have much to say about Israel, considering that he mostly worked in Maine senatorial positions and Maine legislative positions. So, again, I wasn't really expecting anything from him to talk about Israel. But I mean, he's now talking about Israel, saying, stuff like, that the Israeli government is committing genocide in Gaza. It has to end, and that he will not vote in favor of U.S. taxpayer-funded military aid to Israel. There's a bunch of like blue MAGA weirdos who are being dishonest about this, saying like, well, I tried to search for stuff about Israel on your account and Gaza and everything, but this is literally like the only thing that you talked about. Well, that's a little curious. Do you people not understand that he used to mostly work in the state legislature of Maine? Who the fuck cares about what he said particularly about Gaza or talked about with Gaza or Israel during those times? That was not his like particular angle or stuff that he really cares about. Like, what is the Maine governor going to do about stopping aid to Israel? Probably not really much of anything. They're going to talk about more state sort of centralized issues. I don't know why people are like bringing this up dishonestly, saying like, how could you get a grade A from DSA when this is your only mention of fucking Gaza? It's just like, well, dog, he's now running for a national position for the Democratic fucking Party, and as a result, he's going to tune his fucking messaging like any other politician to, get at the sort of level of the Democratic fucking constituency. Which, if I were to take a bet, this Ohio Rob individual, what do you think is the fucking likelihood this dude... Well, I see the flag of Israel right there. Yeah, that this guy might be some like weirdo fucking Zionist fucking weirdo. Yeah, okay, buddy. Like, sure, man. Gen X Zionist, eh? I'm sure this dude's a real pleasant individual to talk around, or talk with, rather. But yeah, I mean, like, listen, in terms of like all the basic tranches of like progressivism, Troy Jackson's like pretty much hitting it out of the park in terms of like the policies and what he supports with. But as we talked about before, when Troy Jackson, we first initially talked about him as who is someone who could definitely replace Graham Plattner. This is the main guy who I thought should probably be replacing Graham Plattner, and I think it's a good thing that he's replacing Graham Plattner. Okay, we've seen this like allegations before, where apparently Troy Jackson like angrily threw a water bottle at a ground, by the way, at the ground. So the Washington Post article here is lying already, and there is contradicting information here about this whole story that was provided by his team. Apparently, there was an altercation he got in with some other fucking legislator. They got in a heated argument. Troy got mad and threw a water bottle that was empty on the ground. It didn't hit anybody, but should we really be surprised that Washington Post is just gonna fucking lie about this? There's a bunch of other. I think like the New York Times is also bringing this shit up. Boy Meets Smitty, who was the other progressive candidate who apparently threw a water bottle at a fucking staffer? I don't remember exactly who it was, but they basically tried to do this like line of attack on some other progressive candidate, I think, for the Democrats, and it didn't really go anywhere. This stuff is not going to go anywhere because it's just like it's an empty water bottle, guys. Who cares? Like, we're going to complain about an empty water bottle being thrown on the ground, not at someone, like not in the direction of people, but at the ground. This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna do this exact same like mentally ill fucking bullshit. Like, okay, bro, like nice meme. Like, this is not going to land. If it didn't like initially land with Graham Plattner, who again had significantly worse stuff hurled at him, but once it finally had something that was like corroborated with evidence that was consistent, had a consistent fucking story and a laying out of a fucking pattern of behavior. Fucking throwing a water bottle on the ground is not gonna do shit. Like, shut the fuck up. All these like neo-lib blue MAGA weirdos being incredibly fucking desperate to do anything possible to try to destroy any form of progressive momentum that exists within Maine, who, again, Mainers have made it very, very clear, and they have been very consistent that they want a fucking progressive agenda, because that's what ended up winning the fucking primary in the in the Democratic primary against Janet Mills. It was not Graham Plattner's, like, I don't know, like the cut of his jib or whatever. No one gave a fuck about any of that stuff. What people cared about was the agenda, was the policy prescriptions, stopping the aid to Israel, investing in fucking rural hospitals and healthcare, and also improving education for the people of Maine. That's what people actually fucking cared about and voted in Graham Plattner for. And also like raising wages, a bunch of other like progressive sort of legislation and whatnot, yada yada yada. But Washington Post, of course owned by Jeff Bezos, doesn't want that because they hate you, because it's a bunch of like rich oligarchic fucking pedophiles currently in power who basically want to cause your fucking suffering. That's what they basically want. But yeah, I mean, like, what else is there to really say? It is time to deploy the Troy, who is unironically coming into this with some real fucking Assad numbers. Because I'm going to tell you right now, this shit right here, now this is actual fucking Assad numbers. Not the shit that Graham Plattner had, although he was pretty close in terms of the Assad numbers. Now, this is some actual fucking Assad numbers, where he basically won, like, again, about 95% plus of the delegates within the race of Maine in order to secure the nomination for the Democratic Senate race within Maine. And I think he's probably going to do extremely well against Susan Collins, who never does any town halls, and nobody seems to really like all that much because she just keeps going alongside with all the bullshit that the fucking Republican Party does. Because of course she does. She's always been a stooge to fucking Capitol. Don't think there's really much else to say besides that. Guys, I am personally a deploy the Troy enthusiast. We must deploy the Troy. It is the only way forward, in fact. It is, in fact, the only solution to all of the problems, as we all know. We must deploy the Troy. Alright, let's get started with this bullshit. All right, this is going to be a quick little blurb, but more updates, more escalations in the re-flare up of the war in Iran, started by the pedophilic, avaricious president that's currently in power, who got convinced by Israel in order to do this from a 1 hour long presentation in the fucking Situation Room. But the Pentagon has just identified soldiers that have been killed in action by Iranian attacks in Jordan. A 19-year-old private, Isabella Gonzalez, and 25-year-old First Lieutenant Tyler James Fehan. We'll just go with that. And of course they say, this is what they were a part of, blah, 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 blah. The deaths come as fighting across the Middle East continues to escalate. Now, I wonder who exactly might have escalated that at Fox News. Are we going to mention who exactly might have escalated that? You know, how exactly we got to this position? Because again, we're essentially just like going to leave this all up in the air, or essentially saying with the U.S. and Iran clashing over the Strait of Hormuz and Iran's nuclear program. No, it's because the fucking dumbass president that's currently in power right now will never rein in Israel from stopping any form of like ceasefire and a memorandum of understanding, because Itamar Ben-Gvir and Benjamin Netanyahu themselves made it extremely, extremely fucking clear that they will do anything possible in order to sabotage any deal between the United States and Israel to attempt to end the war. So again, like at this point in time, it's just like, why have Israel around as a fucking partner if they are willing to do anything possible to sabotage any deal that you may try to actively pursue in order to try to stop this war, which is very unpopular and is only making the economy worse. Like, come on, bros. Like, seriously. The war is only going to keep going. It's a fucking quagmire now. It's Operation Epic Quagmire. It's no longer Epic Fury. It's no longer Epstein's Fury. It's now just an epic fucking quagmire. And this is how essentially another forever war is essentially, well, created. But here, this is the footage of the actual attack itself that ended up killing these two American servicemen. Service people, whatever. Essentially killed these two American service people in Jordan. It's pretty fucking wild.
What's happening? Oh my god. Get cover! They're everywhere! Jesus! Get down! Close!
So, by the way, we all know that there has been, thank you, Twitter, very, very inadequate defenses of a lot of these, like, U.S. military bases. There has been fucking testimony of Pete Hegseth lying, talking about how there was actually very adequate defenses against, like, mortar attacks and Iranian drones and missile attacks. Oh, really? Is that so? Well, what's going on here, Pete? Well, this seems very, very clear that this is not that it's not the fucking case whatsoever. That these U.S. bases are not being very well maintained and do not have the adequate defensive capabilities in order to be able to stop, cruise missile attacks like this. And this is also in fucking Jordan, by the way, which is pretty fucking crazy. Also, I don't know why the fuck this dude is saying that the U.S. attacking an Iran military base in Tehran. This is in fucking Jordan, but like whatever, man, because they be speaking English here. But I just fucking noticed that, like, Jesus fucking Christ. But yeah, this was an attack that was literally happening within Jordan that ended up fucking claiming the lives of several American fucking servicemen. It's pretty fucking depressing here. And again, more attacks here being done here by the Iranians on the exact same, Jordanian fucking airbase. Again, we have seen constantly before that the Americans have not had adequate fucking defenses in order to be able to defend themselves against Iranian attacks. There are instances of American military bases not being well maintained, because what if I were to tell you that in reality, Donald Trump could give less of a flying fuck about the conditions of success within American military bases for American servicemen, because in reality he just uses them as like a political pawn to do his like weird macho man like 80s LARP shtick that he constantly is trying to go with as like a political strategy, when in reality he'll never give like American service people like any of the necessary tools for them to be to stay safe, because that costs a lot of money and I don't like spending money, folks. But of course, he's the president basically coping about this, saying that every time Iran kills an American soldier, they will pay for that killing many times over. Hey, okay, Trump, I know this is like a very wild and difficult concept for you. Maybe American soldiers would not be getting killed in the Middle East if maybe, just maybe, you got peace in with the Iranians. If you signed a funny little memorandum of understanding that you decided to tear up for like what reason exactly? Man, just because you felt like you could, because you just decided to get salty with the Iranians for some reason. It's like, dog, if there's one simple through line, you stop the attacks and you reign in Israel, then the fucking goddamn war stops. What? Whoa! What a shock! Wow, crazy! I know. Like, you follow these 3 extremely simple steps, and all of a sudden, a war will stop. Shocker! But whatever. Like, Donald Trump is like a child with the nuclear codes who has a bunch of like sycophantic weirdos around him, who will essentially like I don't know, like feed into his worst impulses to continue with the war. Like, I mean, fucking P. Hex is a crusader larper, for fuck's sake. Like, he just wants to kill brown people because he just hates brown people. It's pretty simple for Pete. This directive has been passed on to Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff Daniel Kaine and every leader in the military, President Donald J. Trump. So yeah, this war is not going to end anytime soon. It's great. It's going to be great to fucking see that this elective war of choice the president decided to take for no reason besides he got convinced by Israel.
What's happening? Oh my God.
Thank you, Twitter. But yeah, it's great to see that that this war is basically not going to end anytime soon, because I don't know, this fucking man-child in power here is doing basically everything possible to continue sabotaging any instances at an attempt at peace, for the express purpose of, I don't know, like satisfying like Israel's like bloodlust and sort of desires to essentially expand their territory within the Middle East. It's great. It's fantastic to see. We fucking love that this is the current state of affairs that we find ourselves under. Very, very cool. And, as a byproduct of this, there have been massive attacks throughout the southern parts of Iran, and even going up as far north to Tabriz, where there's a missile field that's being operated by the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, their aerospace force, basically with, it's one of their main missile corps within specifically that part of Iran, that helps to coordinate their cruise missile strikes against various targets, that of course being the United States, the military bases, and also various targets within Israel as well. And that got there's a bunch of fires burning in there, but does that mean the sort of like infrastructure there is destroyed? Well, who knows exactly? Who knows what exactly they have fucking built in the mountains, of course. But now even there's attacks up as far north as fucking Tabriz. Which, for those who don't know, it's basically like right at the border of Azerbaijan, right near the fucking Caucasus. Tabriz is like a pretty big city within Iran, so I mean, we shouldn't be really surprised that this is the case, but the U.S. always had that capability in order to strike that. But like, listen, no particular part of Iran is safe, and the United States is going to keep bombing. For what purpose exactly? Oh, because the dumbass president that's currently in power can't get a peace deal for the war that he fucking started. Final fucking meme in all of this. Spot prices for Brent crude. Yep, they are shooting back up, way up. Yet again, as a byproduct of this war. It's gone up and down because like Marco Rubio announced that there was going to be a ceasefire, that there's negotiations happening, same with the president. Obviously, it's lies. It's a bunch of bullshit. Don't believe anything that they say. This is like the 5th time that they are saying this exact same line of propaganda in order to try to manipulate the oil markets. Because that's the point of them doing this, is to try to calm down the fucking oil markets. That they can't calm down themselves because they just keep bombing the ever-living shit out of the Iranians. Listen, the through line here is extremely simple. If you want gas prices to get better and for oil prices to not be in a spiral in the way that they are, maybe, just maybe, you follow the fucking memorandum of understanding that you signed and you stop bombing the Iranians and you try to rein in Israel. I don't know, this seems like really, really, really simple, but unfortunately that's like kind of like a challenging thing for the Republicans to understand, because in reality, they, like Israel, have always wanted this war for like 30 plus years. But I mean, like, what else is there to really say? More needless death of not only Iranians, but now more American service members are getting killed. And there's only going to be more and more needless death in this random elective war that the United States and Israel decided to go alongside with. For what purpose exactly? Oh, because Benjamin Netanyahu showed up in the Situation Room with all of his boys to convince the president to go alongside with this dumbass fucking war to try to stop a nuclear program that his own Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, before she ended up getting fucking canned, unironically just said, yeah, that the Iranians are just not pursuing a nuclear weapon, because the fucking Ayatollah himself also said, like 20 plus years ago, that there's a fatwa on the development of nuclear weapons. But does Israel care about any of that? No, Israel could give less of a flying fuck about any of that. And if there's an opportunity for American military contractors to make a bunch of money, oh, they will take that opportunity within a heartbeat in order to sell more and more weapons and, well, make a bunch more money for themselves. Again, as has been said before by a particular comedian long ago, it's one big old club, and your dumbass definitely isn't in it. And guess what? Our dumbasses are definitely not in it, because we are going to be the ones who constantly have to go out there and fight and die for a pointless war that's being conducted by a bunch of pedophilic, avaricious fucking dipshits who just want to make more money on their fucking stock portfolios. Very, very cool that this is the current state of affairs that we find ourselves under. Don't think there's really much else to say besides that. Oh, wow. Guys, have I ever mentioned how much I do not like Israel? Yeah, I've said that before, haven't I? Well, it bears mentioning again. Well, we should just keep saying how much we don't like Israel, because Israel is pretty shit, guys. Turns out, Israel, kind of shit. Check memes? What's the memes? Oh, I've seen that already. What am I looking for? That's what I'm looking for. Alright, who the fuck are we reading out to today? Wow, very cool, very excellent, very epic, very pog, very... Oh. Poggo. Check memes again. Oh, I know. I already brought that. I'm tired. I need to go to bed. Let's... Wait, Jason's Society. What the heck? That's who we're gonna raid out to then. Yeah, it's time for Bedge. But we're raiding out the Jason Society. Alright, dorks. Raid messages. You know what to do. You know what to say. If you're a sub, you say you've been blessed by remaining Jesus with a transfer out of the Daho Reba. If you're a sub, if you're a non-sub, you see the WoW with the Daho Reba. That's how we show appreciation to those who are into Kids Gamers. I will be back tomorrow, where we'll be doing more and more of the exact same. Yapping, satisfying our factory. Listen, I swear, I will get it done. We'll get it done, folks. Trust me. And then we'll turn the whole fucking thing. I mean, it's almost basically ready to be turned on, but We just need to fucking make some coal outpost. That's really about it. NEO gamers, I will be back tomorrow. Same time, same place, same face. Peace out, gamers.